Good evening, everyone. I would now like to call to order this public hearing, which is being held pursuant to Section 464 of the Local Government Act to consider the following proposed bylaws. Machosen Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 698 and Machosen Land Use Amendment Bylaw 699. The general purpose of Bylaw 698 is to amend the land use designation on 4499 Leafield Road from upland to a split designation of rural and rural residential 2. The general purpose of Bylaw number 699 is to amend the zoning on 4499 Leafield from upland and rural to a new split zone configuration of rural and rural residential 2. The purpose of both bylaw amendments is to allow the applicant to apply for a subdivision to create one new parcel that is approximately 1.2 hectares. At this public hearing, any person who believes that their interest in property is affected by the proposed bylaws shall be given an opportunity to be heard on matters contained in the proposed bylaws. However, it is important that all who speak at this public hearing restrict the remarks to matters contained in the bylaws, and it is my responsibility as chair of this hearing to ensure that such remarks are also restricted. Those of you who wish to speak concerning the proposed bylaws should, at the appropriate time, commence your address to council and the public hearing by clearly stating your name and street name for the record. Then you may give us the benefit of your views concerning the proposed bylaws. It should be noted that this public hearing is being recorded and web streamed live, and the recording will be posted to the district's website. Members of council may, if they wish to, ask questions of you for clarity about your statements following your presentation. However, the main function of council at this evening is to listen to the views of the public. It is not the function of council at this public hearing to debate the merits of the proposed bylaws with individual citizens. Everyone who deems their interest in property to be affected should be given the opportunity to be heard at this hearing. No one will be or should feel discouraged or prevented from making their views known. If you wish to provide a handwritten submission to be included in the record of the public hearing, you must hand the submission to the corporate officer, Ms. Hanson, prior to the close of the public hearing. Once the public hearing has adjourned, council is not able to receive any further information from the public on the matter. And as a matter of information, the proposed bylaws are on the council meeting agenda for consideration later this evening. Please be reminded that there will be no opportunity to speak to the bylaws at that time. The opportunity to speak and provide council with your inputs is now at this public hearing. During the course of a public hearing, certain issues may lead to enthusiastic or emotional statements. Regardless of whether you favor or oppose any argument, I would ask that you please refrain from applause or other expressions of emotion. Such restraint better enables the views of the public and community to be expressed and heard in an impartial forum. Okay, so I would now like to move into the agenda. I would like to ask Ms. Hanson if we have received any further correspondence or communication from the public that council has not already received.
There has been no further input from the public after 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hanson.
Thank you.
Okay, the proposed bylaws, they are in the package outside, but again, as mentioned, they are related to Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw 698 and also the Zoning Amendment Bylaw 699. So at this point, I would now like to ask the applicants to come to the podium and please provide your input to this public hearing. Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to express our thanks to council and staff for all the work that's been done on our application. As someone who battles with the photocopier at work every day, printing of the notes, agendas, and reports alone has been very much appreciated. I'd like to take the opportunity to state exactly what we have applied to Metchosin to do, as there have been lots of incorrect information being tossed around over the past year or so. We have a split zoned 10-acre property in the land use map, 5 acres rural and 5 acres upland. On the official community plan map, it is painted as all upland. We want to rezone and subdivide a 3.5-acre rural residential 2 and a 6.5-acre rural property. We plan to build 1 house, 1 workshop, drill 1 well, and live there for the rest of our lives. 40 years, more or less. We're in our 60s. Our daughter, son-in-law, and grandson will purchase and live in the current house with a simple addition of a whole lot of dog hair from Coda, their dog. And there won't be any secondary suites built. Our daughter Carlene and our little grandson are here because they do have a vested interest in this, and we don't have a baby lamb to bring. So the current OCP map shows our property as the only upland piece on the entire south side of Leafield Road. This is different from what previous official community plan maps have showed. That change was made without any communication with us. No one came to walk the property or inform us that our property would change with OCP zoning. There was a 50-50 chance, I guess, that it could have been changed to all rural, and if that had been the case, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Every application, as has been reiterated many times, is judged on its own merits. This one change, I don't believe, would open any floodgates of development in Metchosin. There's no such thing as precedent in these applications. Your site visit in January gave you the opportunity to see the property. The proposed driveway is not steep and winding. There's 1 rocky bluff on the property, and it isn't close to the proposed building site. The rest of the property is fully forested with a healthy forest and not one that's struggling on thin soil. We worked with the planner to prepare this application. The proposal that you see is the one she recommended we go with. We carefully chose 3.5 acres RR2 so that it wasn't too small to require a variance application or too big to open the possibility to subdivide again. The 6.5-acre rural property can't be subdivided again and is big enough to fit the definition of a rural lot. No further changes could be made without Metchosin having a say. We've reviewed the planner's report several times, and nowhere does it say no to our application. It says policy support is not strong, so we're here at a public hearing to consider OCP Amendment Bylaw number 698 and Zoning Amendment Bylaw 699. Those numbers alone tell us that policy change has happened in Metchosin. Otherwise, we'd be number 1 and number 2. The OCP is a living document. It's not one set in stone that should be looked at and jumped every 10 years with changes. The planner's report also stated that careful consideration is encouraged of the broader community picture. And there are a few broader community folks here tonight and others who have sent in their comments via email. We asked the folks on Leafield Road, and of the 28 we spoke to, 24 supported our proposal. The planner's report also cautions about substantial expansion of the rural residential 2 development. 1 new RR2 lot I don't feel can possibly be considered as substantial expansion. I'd like to thank the council this evening for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Cote.
You know where I live.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening. My name is Dan. I'm your neighbor. I've been your neighbor for 38 years. We live at the end of the road. We volunteered at the ballpark for 24 years, coaching and umpiring our kids and possibly yours. We volunteered at the soccer park in Colwood for 14 years, coaching our kids and possibly yours. Our kids went to Hans Helgeson School back when there was enough families in this district to support 2 public elementary schools. Families have had a tough go lately in Metchosin. When we bought in 1986, we paid approximately $80,000. If the cost of a house in Metchosin had doubled or tripled in a generation, then our kids might have a chance at affording one. Instead, house prices have gone up 8, 10, 12-fold in a generation, affecting families more than most. If this were 1989, then we could use a bylaw to split off a small portion of our land to help our family, as long as it was family. But since that rule was abused back in the day, families are paying the price for it. 20 years ago, when the detached secondary suites were given the go-ahead, they were capped at 750 square feet on purpose, effectively eliminating families from renting. In our case, we would have liked to have just split off the rural portion of our lot and leave the upland portion alone, but that wasn't allowed. We would have liked to rezone to all rural and split 5 and 5 like our neighbors, but that wouldn't make it past the planner's desk. So with the planner's approval, we applied for this 6.5, 3.5 split. Is it better to have a small orange dot of upland zoning on the end of a road of rural properties, or to have a small dot of dark green RR2 on the end of a road of rural properties? We have offered a covenant to Metchosin's favor for no additional suites on either lot for 25 years. In 25 years, I'll be 87 years old. If I'm still alive, I will be out of the housing market, and my grandson may be old enough to move away from home. With no legal precedent set, what has worked for other proposals may not work for ours. What works for our proposal may not work for the next proposal. What we are looking for is a simple, creative solution to a problem. A solution with a built-in growth control. And how much more control can you get than doing things one at a time? In Metchosin, if Metchosin is going to continue to flourish and grow, we're going to have to find creative solutions to help our children, as well as help out with the troubles of the world. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Cote. So we are now at the section of the agenda where the public hearing council will hear from the public. So with that, anyone wishing to speak may do so by addressing council by stating your name and your street name for the public record. Comments are to be limited to 4 minutes. You'll be given a 30-second notice prior to reaching the 4-minute limit. And once again, I wish to request that whether you oppose or in favor of an argument, please refrain from applause or any expressions of emotion. And I ask again, such restraint better enables the views of the community to be expressed and heard in an impartial forum. And with that, I would like to open the public input session. So please approach the mic, say your name and your street name as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Betty Hildreth, 859 Arden Road. Thanks for exercising the valuable process of a public hearing. Such measures are tools that keep our communities viable. The OCP is also a tool drafted by our citizens as a guideline for municipal governance. The OCP is meant to be a living document to be reviewed and intentionally adapted as our community evolves. It is the official community plan. Please consider the word community. Community, it's not just a place on the map. Community is first and foremost our people. The Cote's request is viable and understandable and needs to be considered in a one-of-a-kind amendment. And oh, don't worry, these requests won't come up very often because who of our less than 1,600 taxpayers would want to put themselves through this.
Thank you much, Ms. Halpern.
Jim McPherson, Eagle Tree Place. First, I want to stress my opposition to the proposal for the rezoning. To rezone and permit subdivision establishes a practice of spot zoning, something which is antithetical to the OCP and to any serious planning program. Most, if not all of you, pledged adherence to the OCP as part of your election campaigns. This is a test of your commitment to that principle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McPherson.
Owen Clark, Tavane Road. So, we seem to be in a bit of an existential moment in Metchosin. And the reason it's existential is because this meeting is all about potentially changing our OCP. Do I have this correct?
There's an amendment, yeah.
Yes, this amendment. Mayor Little, and I'm going to quote you, Mayor, is all around evidence-based decision-making. And this is what the council does. So let me just review a few points of evidence here. The city planners in Metchosin, or municipal planners, have warned against this as being setting a precedent as a slippery slope. Okay, there's some evidence there. Other evidence. All of you were sworn in to protect our official community plan and values. I've lived here for 37 years, and I love Metchosin. My children have been here. I'm sure the Cotes are very nice, and they seem lovely. It's a reasonable request, but I also understand that they can also build a secondary dwelling on their house as it sits now without any amendment of the OCP. Our OCP is effectively what has kept Metchosin the way it is. And the way it is magical. Our children go here. When my 19-year-old son, my eldest son is now 38, when he was 19, he thanked me for growing up in Metchosin. Any of you have teenagers? Ever get any thanks? Yeah, right. All we need to do to really see the real evidence is look over at our neighbors. Look at our neighboring municipalities. The Colwood OCP became the optional community plan. It was converted into Swiss cheese by endless bylaw conversions. So I think there's a lot at stake here, guys. A lot at stake that you swore to uphold here, and I think it's very serious. And I'm not trying to pick on the Cotes, but I think it's really quite clear here by the evidence that there's a lot at stake in Metchosin. I see our role in Metchosin being an example of official community plans. Our OCP is baked into the core of our very community values. It's baked into everything we believe in and everything that we do here. This is what makes us such a vibrant community. Our OCP is at the very center of it. So any threat on it is serious and it's palpable. All right? I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jane Hammond, Rocky Point Road. Going to probably say some things that have already been repeated, but I will do my best. I'm here to lend my support to the application of the owners of 4499 Mayfield Road in requesting the rezoning and subdivision of their 10-acre property. Much of the controversy and discussion around this application seems to be about interpreting the current official community plan, or our OCP. And I'll quote briefly from the plan itself. This is probably the repetition. Planning is a process, and the community plan for Metchosin is not a static document. Rather, it is a document requiring periodic review as conditions and needs change. The plan should be reviewed and updated at intervals of not more than 5 years. It is essential that the plan be adaptable, but this is not to permit piecemeal amendments, which then I want to underline, which disregard the spirit of the original effort. Any amendments must be carefully considered about the potential impacts for the entire community. Metchosin's OCP was created 38 years ago. Apart from some infrequent amendments targeting isolated portions, this document has remained untouched, certainly never meeting the intended 5-year review intervals. If this application is considered a piecemeal approach, I suggest it does not disregard the spirit and the intent of the original and current OCP, which supports a variety of type, scale, intensity, and rate of residential development, which maintains the rural character of Metchosin. The application allows our community to address the confirmed need for housing in our broad community and allows some of our long-term residents to age in place with the support of their family, with minimal developmental impact. So a question to ask, is any aspect of this proposal against the public interest of Metchosin? Please don't hide behind the 38-year-old document, which is overdue for its own public process of review. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Eric White, 4290 Metchosin Road. I'd just like to reiterate that I don't think Metchosin has so much of a housing crisis as it has a family crisis. There's nothing in our OCP that allows for the math of a family to continue after 38 years. There's nothing in it that allows for people to have kids, and that math of like, oh, we had 2 kids. Well, goodbye kids, you don't get to live in Metchosin anymore because I want to live in my house, right? There's no expansion for family, and these people are asking for an expansion for their family. And if Metchosin is going to exist and survive, we might want to again address keeping family around and keeping it a family-oriented community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Good evening, Chris Moore, 4545 William Head Road. I'm here obviously to contribute to the public hearing. As a bit of a preamble, during the past 6 days, and as a consequence of 58 communications from APRM members in the past 5-6 days, at which point I stopped counting, I feel very justified in standing up here and say that I'm speaking on behalf of the APRM. I've organized my comments under 3 basic categories. One is process, around this evening, the risks, and a resolution. With respect to process, what you, as members of council, should know is that there has been significant confusion and misunderstanding amongst your residents regarding awareness of this event and the submission requirements for tonight's hearing. Among the many things we have learned is that a large number of persons would, out of routine, show up tonight at 7 p.m. because that is the usual norm here, rather than the required 6 p.m. And what does that say for those working folks who still do a 9-to-5 in-office job and likely have to commute? They're basically left out of the picture. That said, in consultation with staff, the APRM did what we could. and provided our members and others with what we've learned from staff is required in order to allow those who wish to do so to participate. I would like to add that in 38 years in Metchosin, I cannot recall a single public hearing being hosted within these council chambers. The norm has always been to host the same at the community hall in order to accommodate the largest number of participants, and never, ever at the height of the summer season. According to our fire code regulations, the maximum capacity within the chambers is approximately 60 people, including staff and council. That is not very supportive of a large attendance.
Ms. Moore, I do have to caution you, you have 4 minutes, so I'm going to give you a 30-second warning, but you have 4 minutes.
May I
to make
have
your
the
comments.
privilege of coming back twice? I would like to get
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other comments we received include, why was this important public meeting not referenced in the Metchosin News, rather than, I presume, the Goldstream Gazette? Not surprisingly, when folks add all of these factors up, it raises the spectrum for many people that this is one sure way to keep attendance down. I don't particularly share that view, i.e. that it is intentional, but these process comments are not without significance, and perhaps lessons could and should be learned here. I want to get to risks.
30
Should I come
seconds,
back?
please.
Am I there?
No, have 30,
Okay.
continue, but yeah.
Others have, and I'm quite certain, will continue to speak to the risk of approving this application for a rezoning and contravention of our OCP. Yes, it is meant to be a fluid document, but it is the one we currently have. The aspect of precedent setting is indeed real.
Okay, so I'm time on you, Ms. Moore.
May I finish the paragraph?
I'm
And I'll come back.
I think it might be better if you start at the top of risk. So I'm going to end you there. Once everyone has gone around, I will ask you to restart your comments.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
My name is Dina Rivers. I live at 4471 Leafield Road, so I'm about 3 driveways away from the Cotes. I'm relatively new to Metchosin. I moved here 2.5 years ago, so I don't have that background that most of the speakers tonight will probably have. I moved to Metchosin because of the ability to have a family community. Metchosin has an option for housing. They have an affordability issue. I can tell you when Mr. Cote said he spent $80,000 on his place, I can tell you I spent $800,000 on bare land 2 years ago. And I put $1 million into my house now so that I can live there. I have no worries considering the impact on this neighborhood. I walk my dogs down Leafield Road every day. I sometimes have 1 car pass me. On an occasion, I'll have 2. I am not concerned about the impact on my neighborhood. It's the exact same impact that would happen if they built a suite and moved a family into that suite. If the concern is that there's 2 dwellings and they might have 2 suites, that can be addressed with the restriction I heard about tonight. It's the first time I've heard about it. It's not a major concern to me. Short term, they're building a house, there will be more traffic. Building a house. My neighbors have put up with that. For me, that's what you do in a neighborhood. These are long-term residents. These aren't contractors coming in to flip the property. They have the support of the majority of the people on their road. Not all of them, but the majority. This is an individual application. This is not an application about Metchosin's housing needs and the provincial housing requirements. That's not what they're trying to solve, and then that's a whole other discussion. This is a long-term matter. They're not going to start their building the day after this decision is made. They're being upfront about exactly what they want, and they're willing to do the restrictions to ensure that it is limited to what they are saying to you tonight. The main controversy seems to be the plan amendment is the geography of the land is steep. I live right there. My property is 2.5 acres. The people behind me is 7.5 from the original 10. Let me assure you, I can't walk up that property. And it's zoned the same way that they're asking to have this zoned. There will be, I read everything that was there. There might need to be a new well that will have to be drilled. That's something that a riparian or an ecological report will take care of. It's unknown what they're going to do with that. There is not a lot of, there's no objections to the application that deal with the impact of the direct neighborhood, other than that of a well. I did see one about them cutting trees. There's a logging road on their land. They can already cut the trees if they want. That's not an impact. Whether they do it or not might be. I do see this.
Thank you.
The objection, I saw that it's hard for a fire truck to get up the road. That's something that's to be dealt with by the planners. That's not a subdivision issue. Again, I've seen the roads, the long driveways in Metchosin. Never saw one so long in my life. They're already in existence. The fire department knows how to deal with those. The other one I see is that...
Ms. Rivers, if you want to come back once we've gone through, that would be great. Okay, thank you. Continuing with public input, please.
Please speak into the microphone. I wish everyone would. Can you hear me?
No.
It's not even on.
Yeah.
That's why we don't hear it.
It's hard to hear that.
Wendy Mitchell.
Okay.
You notice? I mean, I have a big voice, so it's fine. I am Lot 1, Section 1, Plan VIP 611B. That's my actual address, but it's also 580 Whitty Beach Road. I am opposed to the rezoning of 4499 Leafield. If this proposal is passed, I have every intention of applying to have my property, address above, rezoned into 2 equal lots. Now, as my mother sold half an acre to Don Stansel long before Metchosin was incorporated, I have only 9.5 acres. But I'm not concerned about that shortage because I will simply apply to the Board of Variance, which I'm sure will be compliant with my wishes. My husband, Wes Johnson, and I are on a fixed retirement income of less than $60,000 a year. We wish to age in place in Metchosin with the assistance of one or more of our children who will need a place to live. In our favor, Wes and I have been strong supporters of Metchosin over the years, many years, like, I was practically born here. And we're active volunteers and monetary contributors to community organizations. I can happily say that we feel well liked and well regarded in the community. We are nice people.
Where's your baby?
We keep our property clear of invasive plants. We use very little water, and we buy local. Best of all, we know and are friends of all on council, and we're confident that you're going to make the right decision tonight. I've got a little souvenir for you.
Ms. Mitchell, I can ask our clerk, our corporate officer, if she could get your material. Thank you.
My souvenir. Here, give it to the letter. It makes great note paper. Let me rip it to shreds.
Thank you. Again, we're in the public input phase of this hearing. I'm gonna let June go first because and then Heidi after you.
Okay, June Reimer, 4730 Marydale Road. I was just beginning to make my notes. So they'll be sort of scattered, but I only heard about this afternoon. So there are a number of feelings I have about this, and they'll kind of come out in point form perhaps. I agree, I feel that not letting people know and not having it in the news and having notification, this is a big deal. I've lived here 48 years, and my husband and I were very involved in Metchosin and in the community. When Gordy tragically, unexpectedly died 22 years ago, at that time, council had asked, my recollection is that there was one committee, or there were two committees, or one that divided kind of in half, looking at the problem that we were having at that time, which were the number of illegal suites and extra homes coming on. And people were asked to submit and write, and I wrote a letter explaining that newly widowed and on a big property, it would have been very helpful for me to turn my barn into a suite. However, I tried to do things legally and properly as I'm asked to do, and it was a problem because I knew I wasn't really supposed to do that. And yet I knew that there were a number of properties, and there are to this day many fairly prominent people that are very involved in Metchosin that have more than one, even two houses or areas of accommodation on them. Frank Mitchell called me and said it was such a good letter because it really did point out the two sides of the issue. The committees disbanded because they couldn't come up with anything, get along, is my understanding. I think at that point in time, it would have been good to look at the community plan. I still know of a number of people that have extra houses, some of them quite large and lovely on their properties, and have not done it the right way. So the Cotes are attempting to do it the right way. I'm not sure I'm happy about it because I think that it is a much bigger process than just the little gathering here, the way I happened to hear about it, or no, I think it's a very big deal. And this is not a threat, this is not anything, but it makes me look at the situation because I live on a dead-end road, and I have either 6.5 or 6.9 acres, and I'm zoned 2-acre minimum. And I'm on my own, and I have 3 kids, and I will actually look into this if it goes through, because it only makes sense, but I haven't before because it didn't seem to be possible. I really think that having a meeting at 7 o'clock, and I'm not directing which way to go, but making a firm decision either way, I think you might be rushing it a little bit. Just food for thought. Thank you for listening.
Great, thank you, Ms. Reimer. Ms. Tom?
It's your first meeting.
Heidi Ton, 4464 Leafield Road. I don't have anything prepared, but we did send a letter to Mayor and Council last night, I think, where we basically copied and pasted Avril Joachim's letter, which we wholeheartedly agree with. And I just want to say that I've lived on Leafield Road for 31 years, in Metchosin for 31 years. My husband has lived here longer. The OCP has lived here longer than I have, by a few years. And it is what has kept our community rural. And this rural community provides a service for the greater Victoria area that is something that those communities don't look to do. They don't look to stay rural. They are family communities. They have housing for families. That's not necessarily something that we're set up to do. If you were to take every property in Metchosin and double it for one child every 20 years, you wouldn't have a rural community with room for agriculture anymore after a while. Families are important, but, we've known the Cotes as our lovely neighbors for many decades. And it was really hard for me to say no to them when they came to my door asking for my support for this. And I was a lifelong child protection social worker. So saying no to people in unpleasant circumstances is something I was professionally trained to do. But it's hard when you have lovely neighbors that you really like and you sympathize with their cause. But this is a slippery slope, and it is about amending our OCP without a lot of community input whatsoever. And we are just, my husband and I are both very much against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Oh, Chris, there's someone approaching the mic.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. Okay.
Hi, Richard Jesson, Leafield Road. I am the direct neighbor of 4499 Leafield Road. I've lived there for 24 years plus. It's a beautiful place. My place is at the top of the hill. I'm one of the panhandle lots out of the 4 that exist on Leafield Road. The back corner of my lot where my well is 150 meters maximum away from the new well that will be drilled if the proponents get their wish of building a house in that area. That's the furthest away that they could possibly put their well from my well. The backside of that hill where I live and the backside of my house is very wild and forested. It's a valley that comes from Blinkhorn Lake and goes through over to Souk Road over by the airport, Stan's place. I don't know how to describe it better than that, the big field down by Veach Creek there. So it's an important wildlife corridor, and the house that they're proposing to build will be kind of right in the middle by the creek in that forest where I see a lot of animals, coming through our property and going down that way. Now the 4 panhandle lots on Leafield Road are all kind of concentrated at the top of that hill, and they're all serviced by one driveway. So there's actually a lot of upland wild forest all around our houses up there on the top of Leafield and Spellman. Off of Spellman, which has 2 10-acre lots that go down and touch 4499 Leafield, they're upland zoned. So if Leafield property gets to be split, maybe the people on Spellman would like to split theirs going down towards the airport at Stan's Souk Road area, down through that valley. There's a hidden pond down there, I think it's called, and then it goes into the creek with no name that flows down and goes very close to the proposed building site. That's, I think no, there was one more thing. A short while ago at a council meeting, someone tried to rezone on Matheson Lake Road to set their house back approximately 50 feet further back than what a secondary dwelling is allowed to be. And the council said, no, we're afraid it's going to set a precedent. If that's the case for there, and they're afraid it's going to set a precedent, and I mean, lots of places have had a secondary dwelling set back a little bit further, I'm afraid and would hate to see that a precedent becomes set for this 10-acre lot, which is definitely uplands. Like, you can't get more uplands than 4499 Leafield. It's got a big cliff and it goes into a nice valley. And my biggest concern though is my well, and having a new well drilled at a lower elevation, less than 150 meters from mine, which is about 500 feet. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Jesson. Mr. Vandewater.
Chris Vandewater, 4569 William Head Road, and I'd like to speak in favor of this application. I think some of these bylaws in the OCP are outdated. I don't see anything wrong with the proposal that these applicants have made for a road that's in, I haven't been up there in years, and other than you people going up there on official business, you haven't been up there in years either, so I think it's a perfect spot myself. I don't know if this is a one-time deal or if anybody else wants to do it. Do they have to go through the same lengthy process, or but the official community plan, as I see it, there's also a unofficial community plan, which is all the building that's been going on, no permits, and lots of people moving into the community. As a carpenter in the community, I know all about it. I've done a number of those jobs myself, some for people in this room. And so it might be time for a change. Doesn't have to be drastic. And meanwhile, somebody was talking about the beautiful vistas in Metchosin, but they're mostly talking about the farmland. And this giant barn that's going up at the end of William Head Road, just by the sharp corner there. Well, if we had proper bylaws in place, we would probably convince the homeowner or the landowner to position that in a better spot for the Metchosin sightlines. So there's lots to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderbilt.
Wayne Wilson, Arden Road. I have mixed feelings about this. I only found out about it a couple hours ago. But on principle, I'm opposed to it because the precedent of other things. I mean, if it happens here, it can happen again and again until we're beginning to look like those other communities that I won't mention. But I've been here for over 40 years, and I've seen the traffic just grow and grow and grow, you know, where I think we should just put up a toll booth to come into Metchosin. Anyway, I just really don't want to set a precedent for other people to subdivide. I mean, I have 10 acres and I don't want to subdivide. But anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Greetings. My name is Rod Mitchell. I live on Leafield Road, 4464. I am opposed to this. As my wife said, in spite of the fact that we have respect for the Cotes as neighbors on Metchosin or on Leafield Road. Some years ago, I should say I live on 11 acres of land myself on Leafield. And some years ago, I came down to the offices here to see what my chances were to accommodate my daughter with a little panhandle lot, like there's a few on Leafield Road. And I was told basically I didn't have a snowball's chance in hell of having that happen. So, you know, everything I've done after a certain point moving into my property, when, yeah, I'll tell you about that part, because I couldn't move on to it because I didn't have enough money. So I was chatting with a man called Charlie Lockridge, who lived on Happy Valley Road for many decades. I told him about it, that I had it for sale because I couldn't afford to put in a septic field and everything else. And he said, "So, you're going to let them boot you off your own land, are you?" And that kind of steeled me, and I moved on without any permits whatsoever. I dug an outhouse, and I lived there for about 5 years before I was discovered. And the building inspector at the time worked with me, and we got my place into legal status, and I eventually built a home. When I wanted to, as I say, subdivide to accommodate my daughter, that wasn't going to happen. So she lives in Duncan now, the only place she could afford to get a place. I've already heard 2 people here tonight that said that they are really going to consider this as a precedent if it's approved. And that's out of not very many people. So I can imagine in the whole community there's a whole lot more than just 2 that are going to be looking at this. The final thing I want to say is and I've heard this a number of times, that our community plan is old. Well, whose fault is that? I don't know, but I would say that if it's old, maybe we need to review it. Okay? We don't need to review it by piecemeal spot zoning. That's not the way to do it. It should be reviewed. And if we're going to review it, and this kind of change is allowable, well then they could do that at that time. But don't rush into this without having a properly reviewed community plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Frisch, and I reside on Perry Cross Road. So my comments tonight are in support of this application, and I also would like to make a few observations about some of the things that I've heard tonight. First off, I'm a professional in this area. There's been at least 3 or 4 meetings with council where this zoning bylaw and the proposal has been brought forward for over a year. There have been multiple opportunities for interested parties to attend this council and to speak at the opportunity at the public comment area. Many of the people in the room here, I've been at almost all those meetings for their reasons. Nobody who spoke tonight that I recall spoke to this bylaw or this proposal at any of those meetings. This process, in terms of the OCP, is a defined process. You have followed the process for a public hearing bylaw to the letter. There's a requirement for the timing of publication. There's a requirement for the notification of the differences of timing, like 2 weeks, 2 notices. Unfortunately, the Muse is not published frequently enough to demonstrate that. So just my observation from someone who's done public hearings. Everybody in this community has a free gazette at their doorstep. They can choose to read it or not. I've heard a lot of hysteria that changing the OCP is going to lead to a slippery slope. We forget that this property was split zoned in error, and the OCP did not designate the split zone. So this is one of only 3 or 4 properties in all of Metchosin, including up at William Head Road and a couple others, that have this anomaly where a landowner looks at the land use bylaw and sees two zones, and then looks at the OCP and sees 1, because the OCP in the past, unfortunately, it was missed. They're really tiny parcels on those colored dots. We do need to update our OCP, but my view is that this is not going to lead to the cataclysmic landfall or waterfall of subdivision applications. I mentioned I do this regularly. Land around here, a couple of the speakers wouldn't qualify in a heartbeat. Maybe 1 or 2 of the speakers might have. But everybody in this room that's spoken to this so-called waterfall of subdivision could very well have researched it years ago. Now, coming to the planner and being told no, that's valid, but it's not a reason to deny somebody the opportunity to ask the question now, particularly with the fact that they have unique circumstances of this errored split zone. Furthermore, the zone of upland, what I heard, and I don't know this, but as it was discussed, it could very well have been a rural zone. It seemed to potentially have been, at the time it happened, up in the air, which implies that at this point there is an opportunity to view it in a more flexible manner. So lastly, I would urge you to just consider the conversation. I see this from a professional perspective. You've done the right thing. You're holding it in the boardroom. We don't need to have a giant open meeting. This is not the end of the world. This is not hysteria. Every municipality, when it has a small change on one lot has to amend their OCP. It happens in every municipality almost every month. This is not
Ms. Rush, I just
science
have to
change.
mention you're well within your...
I'm done. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Okay, we are continuing with public input as part of this public hearing on the rezoning application and the OCP amendment for 4499 Leafield Road. So your name and your street name, please. Ms. Strauss.
Okay, my name is Anita Strauss. I live at 1195 Woodley Hill. I'm opposed to this proposal, not for a lack of empathy. I get exactly what the proponents want and what they need. There's been a number of these that have come by in the 25 years I've lived here, but I am opposed to moving off of practices and procedures that help to keep us in some semblance of control. I would like to say in full control, but I don't think that's likely to happen. Our OCP, our policies, including our planner, have not recommended to do this. This is showing poor governance. If you are going to, with sympathy, and there's no reason not to have sympathy for these people's plight, change what is a structure for our community every time somebody brings it to the table. And there will be many people who will do so, and I don't blame them. I mean, lots of people have talked about this. In the information packages, it says that there's going to be a potential for a review in 2025. I would strongly recommend that we do a review of the OCP in 2025. It is past time that it was revised, and when we have full input from the whole community, not just a small group here, and not the people who got on an email thread or whatever, but when we have the full community with an opportunity to give their input, there may be some obvious changes that need to be made to the OCP, and if that in fact supports these proponents' wishes and other people's wishes, then they can resubmit then. If they've waited a year now, it's only another year. I know it sounds painful, but the fact is that, you know, government works slow. But I don't think that making spot changes is going to do the community any good. This is not about the individual, it's about the community as a whole. And the OCP is supposed to guide us in the community as a whole. And if we start making little changes because we have empathy, we have sympathy, these are members of our community, why wouldn't we have? But if we start doing that, there's no end to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strauss.
Kim Hill, 1070 Brookview Drive. Yeah, I concur with some of the previous speakers here. Spot changes to the OCP, a very bad idea. It diverges. I'm dismayed that we're diverging from the practices that have kept Metchosin the way it is. This is not the way that we usually do business here, and I think that this allowing this sort of a distraction is taking away from other important matters. It's if the OCP needs to be revised, I rather like the OCP. Matter of fact, I love the OCP. It's my Bible. If there's major changes to be made from it, that call for major changes should come from the community, not ad hoc here and there, hither and thither. It's unhealthy, and I'm opposed to it. I'm opposed to this spot rezoning. With all respect to the wishes and needs for individuals, we are a community. We need to work as a community together and looking to the future. Make sure this place is the special place it is now. It stays that way. We have to be different. We are different. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. I'm gonna, okay. Ms. Anthony, or? Yeah.
That's a good
Okay.
jump in. Thank you. Sarah Anthony, Metchosin Road.
sort of been taking some notes during this of some things. I think the main thing I want to address is, do you hear a lot of this comment all the time about keeping Metchosin the same? And people, talking about how they love living here, how they love watching their kids grow up here. Problem is that is going to end if we keep going this way. That is done. Nobody can afford to have kids here. That's why we're here today in this room, is because people cannot afford to have their kids live here. There are not going to be any more children playing. Eventually, people will, pass on, move, sell their properties. Those properties are too expensive for most people's families who've moved far away where they could afford. You talk about farmers. I'm sorry, I actually really get emotional about this because no farmer can afford to buy property here. Like, it is so unattainable. So what farms are going to exist in 20 years? Well, they're not. They're just not. This is just going to be either a wealthy bedroom community, or a bunch of people are going to, developers are going to buy up property and hold on to it until they can change it. So by digging our heels in, we are effectively allowing change. I know this, and yeah, sorry. I guess, maybe because I see so many people my age group suffering from this, it is really hard to watch, and we have people here who have raised kids and have had to watch them go and get it, and some people have had to have their kids go and are maybe upset about that now and kind of holding a grudge about that, unfortunately. But I don't think that's a reason to let somebody else suffer. We do have an opportunity here to do this for one family because it is in the OCP. The OCP allows for change. That is what it's supposed to do. And I'm sorry, it is not Holy Scripture. It is not. I mean, even as somebody who, fun fact about me, my major was religion. And maybe if the Holy Scripture had changed, sometimes we wouldn't have so many wars and things. So things like that do need to change. Times change. What our needs have changed a lot. It is not the same world that you all grew up here in. It would be nice if it could stay the same forever, but it just can't. I feel badly for that because I love those things about it here too. I totally get that. But I also just feel like we're going down a dangerous path without that. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Anthony.
Jill Armstrong, Lysandra Road. I'm opposed to this, but people are talking like this is only happening in Metchosin. Well, it's happening on all of Vancouver Island. I grew up in Metchosin, so that's a long time, but when my husband and I moved here 51 years ago, it was because I couldn't afford to live in town. And so we moved to Metchosin, which was affordable, really affordable. So it's all of Vancouver Island. It's Vancouver. It's Metchosin's not unusual. So you can buy a pretty ticky-tacky house in Royal Bay for what, 900,000, maybe $1 million? Well, there's a lot of homes in Metchosin that have beautiful property and maybe the house needs a lot of work. But there are still some homes in the 800,000-900,000. So I don't think Metchosin's any different than a lot of communities. And a lot of my friends' kids have had to move north of the Malhap, which is not the end of the world, but that's why a lot of us young people were in Metchosin, because we had to move out of other areas that were unaffordable.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Armstrong.
Does everyone else have a chance?
Okay. So.
I got one more thing to say.
Wait. Sorry, Mr. Murray. I'll call for a second round of speakers. Yeah. Okay.
Beth Bacon, Metchosin resident. I wasn't going to speak because you've had 3 letters from me, but I hope you take into consideration all the points, not just the number of people that speak, but the validity of the points. I'm really moved by the 2 residents on Leafield who say that they will be directly impacted, and especially the man, Richard, I think is his name, who says this is going to affect his well if somebody puts another well in just below his. What I'd like to, just in short, I want to say that upland zoning is not arbitrary. It's based on topography. You can't change that. I want our council, because this is why you're here, because this is what we expect from you, is to look through the window of environment and climate change. The review of the OCP should happen, and it should change in the direction of down zoning. We need to have larger parcels of land, not smaller parcels of land. We need to protect our uplands for the trees, for the cooling effect that they provide, for the protection of wildlife habitat, and for water resources. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Okay, are there any more speakers who have not yet been heard? Okay.
If it's important to us to understand about this, it's better to have a better...
Mr. Berner, you want to, Berner, if you want to comment?
It's just in general, we can't understand some of the stuff here in the back.
Sit closer very well. You can't hear, is what I'm saying. Because the microphone is not working.
I'm talking without any closer. I'm talking for everybody here.
I know.
Okay.
I'm not just talking for myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, well, folks, sorry, we have what we have. Council can hear everybody. I just ask you to listen to listen as closely as you can. We'll hearing about the mics, we'll see what we can do as we go ahead here. Okay, so I'm going to just call one more time for anyone who has not yet spoken. Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a second round of speakers. One thing I want to say, though, is there's not going to be any opportunity after the hearing to address this directly, so now is the time to speak. Mr. White, I know you want to speak, but I'm actually going to turn to Ms. Moore. You can finish your comments. And I would suggest you start, you want to start in a section about risk and maybe start there.
Thank you. Chris Moore again. Just to continue, I have gone through this bit down to what I'm trying to do is identify risks more than might be apparent. The risk in obviously approving this application for rezoning. The aspect of precedent setting is indeed real. And there are potential applicants with split zone properties. That's important, waiting in the wings. You, I am sure, are well known to at least one, if not two of them. Also, I think I don't have to remind you that each member of council, in your own words, in the context of your election campaign in 2022, indicated your commitment at that time to our existing OCP. This is a big one. Should this application receive approval tonight or subsequently, I'm concerned that it will result also in a lack of trust and faith in members of council, in the minds of countless Metchosin residents, and I suggest that is not at all a desirable outcome. You guys have things to do, and you've got a couple more years in front of you, and we don't want to get in that situation. So, resolution, split zones are no fun, and they've always been problematic. Some members have likened this application to what is generally known as a variance, which usually focus on setbacks and similar attributes. Hopefully you're now aware that variances where they occur and have recently occurred have been within the confines of our OCP. So it's a different kettle of fish. Last bit, almost, dangling carrots to the proponents in this application, especially at one point in the guise that it would be a fit within the affordable housing initiative of the provincial government, is a disservice to them. And it does nothing but prolong the possible pain. This could and should have been dealt with many, many months ago. In summary, the APRM, and I'm happy to say we now have 416 members, and on behalf of most of those, the vast majority, and in light of the preceding, we hereby request that you heed the words of our planner and the wishes of a significant number of residents and deny this application for a rezone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. White, do you want to?
Eric White, 4290 Chosen Road. Ms. Rimmer there just kind of shot it across the bow for me of just saying, basically, if you can't afford to live here, get out. Guess how many farmers can afford to live here? None. No one my age is buying a farm out here. So she basically just told me to get out. I'm lucky enough to live on family land, so that's why I'm still here. There's no new farmers coming into our community. This family here has a young kid. Maybe this young kid will fall in love with tractors and we will have one more farmer out here. But if we keep denying families the ability to have kids out here, if you keep denying farmers the ability to train young farmers to keep this a farming community, and you're basically just stabbing us in the back with saying, there's no succession, there's no one here for you to train. We're a farming community, but there's no one left. Thank you guys. Please don't deny them. Give their kid a chance.
Thank you, Mr. White. Sirs,
I'll talk fast. Dina Rivers, 4471 Leafield Road. The major concern by the opponent seems to be that this is going to open a Pandora's box, that if successful, it's going to lead to a bunch more applications. One of the written submissions even said it would undermine the integrity of the OCP. My understanding is this process itself is within the OCP. This was contemplated for people to come and make individual applications to amend the OCP. That is exactly what this process is for. And if we are not going to ever go away from the OCP, then the whole procedure for doing this should be taken out of the OCP. This is what it's for, is an individual application. This is not about the community or the OCP. That will maybe someday be amended. This is about the individual application of these people. The OCP is a tool, it is a guideline, it is not a law. If it was a law, we wouldn't have the ability to make the application to appeal it. The concerns raised, other than the well, I actually have concerns about that, but I'm sure it'll be dealt with at the next process, can all be answered with appropriate requirements at the building stage. The building permits, I've done it. It's very intensive. Chris is awesome, by the way. Right now, the applicants could certainly go ahead. They could cut down trees. They could put in livestock and use all the well water. They can do a lot of these things already. What they can't do is move their family in so that they can stay here as they age. If you take out all of the objections based on opening the floodgates, or that the OCP should not be changed even though it's got an amendment principle in it, and consider carefully what the actual substantive objections are, then, well, actually your well is a substantive one. Everything else really isn't a substantive objection to this individual application. It's a substantive objection to the OCP being changed. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Rose.
Yeah, Richard Jessen again, Leafield Road. I just wanted to say one more time, reiterate that. The Cotes, great people. If they wanted to, they could build a secondary suite as it stands, and they could move into the secondary suite. I mean, they can do whatever they want, but they could make a lovely suite there, and their young family could live in a house up front, and they could do that tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rod Mitchell, Leafield Road. This lady reminded me of something. She's talking about the value of the upland, rural upland, and how it is defined by topography. Well, we have a section that is defined by topography, and that's why our property is zoned uplands. The uplands in Metchosin are refuges for a number of rare plants, and that's because they're basically crap land, right? They were only developed into lots much later than all the rest of the land because it was considered useless. So everywhere else, we cut down the Gary Oak, and we did a lot of things. And there's such a tiny bit of that kind of ecosystem left untouched. And a lot of it is up on these rural bluffs. We recognized that at our place after we realized that we couldn't subdivide anyway, and we never could up top. So we put a conservation covenant on just a little under half of our land. And I tell you that because that's how much we value that kind of ecosystem in Metchosin. And particularly the rocky bluffs, we would really not like to see them downzoned. The suggestion was that if we were to revise our community plan, that it would be more like downzoning should be the goal. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ms. Frisch.
Thank you. I would just like to state again that in the conclusion of the report, it says the policy support is not strong. It does not say that it should be rejected. It talks about the policies, and it talks about some of the historical policies in the OCP, including the densification policy. It does not reject it. It is not definitive. I'd like to identify a few other definitives. There have been environmental reviews completed. They're in the report, which is over 250 pages long, attached to tonight's agenda. I'm speaking really close, and I'm hoping everybody in the back can hear me. There are tremendous pictures and all that. I'm assuming, I'm not sure, that it addresses the environmental interest expressed by the neighbor on Leafield. I've also put in a number of wells. I have wells on my street, and I'm putting in a well myself. It is not up to this council, has no jurisdiction over the location of wells. That's the provincial government. It's actually between the landowner and the well driller. The Cotes could go out tomorrow and decide they're going to put in a new well for their existing home, and nobody has to be consulted about it. I want to make that clear. Zoning changes are not akin to a variance. They are much more significant than a variance, and that's why the OCP process does have a process for it. So I want that to be clear and distinct. People here have talked about the need for affordable housing, and yet we've heard about the need to upsize lots. Well, we do have facts, and we've had a lot of housing discussion about the fact that our housing prices and our land values are continuing to increase. They are not decreasing. That's a global statement. This application is specific to a family. Again, it addresses for their family the ability to reside and have an affordable experience living in Metchosin with their family. And finally, in the planner's conclusion, the fact that it's going to increase the potential for subdivision. Those subdivision opportunities are out there now. If you've got a lot that is bigger than the minimum zone and you fall into that zone and you want to take your 10-acre lot and you can have 5 2-acre lots, it's available now. You've got to have the money to get a plan drawn up, to get a septic plan drawn up, to have water proof of service done. It's the barrier to entry is money right now. So in reality, you're not going to see a flood of applications coming in. So I think, again, there's a process here, you're following it, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Frisch.
Hello, I'm Bonnie Hardy. We live on Happy Valley Road. And I just wanted to make a statement that we came here loving the property, loving the Metchosin. And one of the reasons we've stayed here for so long is for the simple reason that we feel protected by the plans, the laws, the governance of the Chosen, that it's protecting us from following some of our neighbors' reconstruction. As you drive out of Machosen, if you drive out of Machosen either way, and you try to find your way around, if you haven't done it lately, it's a real challenge. I don't know where we are when we start riding around. And I would thank the people here who had enough, whatever it takes, to stand up here. But I'm really grateful to live in Machosen, and I'm grateful for the rules and regulations that govern how we live, how we do control our development, how we protect our rural status, which I think is incredibly essential. And we're very pleased to be here. But I would really suggest to you that we have to be careful, because precedent is extremely dangerous, and we have to make sure that we don't set a precedent that we cannot live with in future. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Okay. I'm going to call, okay, we've had a first round of inputs and subsequent speakers. I will now call a second time for speakers. Again, if you wish to speak for or against the proposed bylaws, please address council, say your name and the street you're on for the public record. And just so you know, I have to do this for a third and final time, but again, for a second time, are there any speakers? And again, a note that once the public hearing closes, that is it in terms of public comment about this particular issue. So, okay, I will now call a third and final time to see if there are any speakers from the community, from the public, who wish to address the bylaws that are before council. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close off the public input session of this public hearing. And I want to thank everyone for all of the comments received and the respectful nature with which they were provided. I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn, but I want to let everyone know that there's a council meeting immediately following, and we're likely to have this particular issue before us later tonight. So council, could I have a motion to adjourn the meeting, or sorry, to adjourn the meeting? From Councillor Donaldson, a seconder, Mayor Will, and folks, motion for us to adjourn. All in favor? Okay, the meeting is now adjourned.
I'll just say that I'll do them under other business. Eventually, I'll do yeah, I wanted to get something straight with what
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the council meeting of Monday, July 15th. This is a regular council meeting. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that the Coast Salish people, specifically the Shaanu First Nation, on whose territory the district of Metchosin stands, and our neighbors, the Suk Nations. We recognize and respect our First Nation governments. All of them have had a long-standing relationship with the land and the seas and the waters that continue to this day. So council, before you, we have an agenda. We have some supplemental information that came in late from Mr. McPherson that we can add to the agenda. With that, I'll take a motion to approve.
I move to approve the agenda, and I just have one addition.
Yep, what is it?
And that would be, I'd like to make several notice in motion under other business, number 13.
What would those be?
I'll describe the time. They relate to the fire hall, to the Duke Road East Trail, and the old school.
Okay. With that, I'll take a seconder. So, can you explain I think the council deserves to know what exactly it is that you're proposing to amend the agenda.
Certainly under the Robert's rules, the notice of motion comes before following it, put on the agenda tonight, and I'll put those things on. They don't need a second or anything like that, and then we will consider them, I suppose, at the next council meeting.
Oh, so this is a notice of motion.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, with that, could I have a seconder for the agenda, please?
Second.
That's seconded by Councillor Shukin. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We have a presentation this evening. Welcome, Mr. Peter McElhaney, regarding the Stormwater Management Plan update on Bufferlands. Welcome.
Okay. Mayor and members of council, thank you very much for inviting us here to give you an overview of the status of where we are on the stormwater management plan, and we're going to talk specifically tonight about the pond as well that will go on the chosen bufferlands. Everybody hear me okay?
No.
Oh, is there?
It's on. Just yell. Just speak.
Just yell? Okay, I'll do my best here. How's that? So first, what I wanted to do was just give you an update on where we are with the stormwater management plan itself. We have submitted a revised stormwater management plan, and this was because of comments we actually received from the District of Metchosin asking us to revisit particularly the pond, which will go on the Metchosin lands, to see if there was a way that the pond could be shrunk down in size, where it would be located. So we took those questions and we went to work on it and did come up with a revised plan. So just in general, the revised stormwater management plan, which has now been submitted for review and approval, still does satisfy all of the stormwater bylaws for both Metchosin and for the city of Langford. The big change that we were able to make to reduce the size of the pond was to take the storage that's required for the houses and put that storage right on the lots. The previous design had the storage for the houses going into the stormwater detention pond, so we took that out of there, put it back on the houses. This means that the detention pond that's going in will actually accept storage only for the roads. It will not accept any storage for the houses, which gives us quite a dramatic change. We still have the requirement that Metchosin had asked for, and that was for climate change. All of the climate change parameters that we had in the previous plan, we transferred into the new plan. And we also have in that, again, request from Metchosin to have slow release from the pond into Metchosin Creek so that it would get enhanced flows during periods of dry weather like we have right now. The water quality features were addressed the same way we had done it previously. We didn't make any changes to that. Colquitt's Engineering, which is an independent engineering firm, have gone through the revised stormwater management plan that I'm just referring to. They've come up with one question. We just got their report last week, and we are addressing that. It's not a major question. It's a clarification on one of the catchment areas, which we will be able to answer within this week. So I'm just wondering, I'm going to start to refer to this plan, and maybe what I can do is, if I can work from over there, if I can yell loud enough, it might be easier for me to point to everything as I'm going through. Does that work for everybody? Mm-hmm. Sure, okay. So, we got the boundary here. Everybody see this okay? So the red line is the boundary between Metchosin and Langford. This is the plan of the first phase of the development on Center Mountain residential lands. And Okay, everybody okay? Okay, and what we're showing here is areas that are protected with riparian zones and setbacks that are required around wetlands, and Machosen Creek coming down through here. And you see here where we have this outline that you see here is the proposed pond location. Now what we did was when we came up with this location, it was actually moving in and around through here, and in order to optimize it, what we did was we actually went on site and we met with Councillor Schuken and others. Bob was there, and people from the city of Langford to come up with where would the best optimized location of the pond be. And you can see where
Sorry, I have to correct Mr. Ferguson.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Sorry, I met with you to see where the pond was, but
Correct.
certainly not to engage in discussion around optimization. You showed me where it was.
Sure.
So
Okay.
I just wanted to...
Yes,
yeah.
sure. Thanks for the correction, Jay. Yeah, so what we did was we did flag this out so Jay could see it in the field and understand kind of where is this monster going. So exactly right. Yeah, thanks for the correction. So we looked at this, and what we did was we wanted to concentrate the location of the pond in areas that were previously disturbed or had invasive plant species that perhaps we could take out and optimize where we could place this pond based on that. The other thing we looked at was the topography out here so that we don't have to do massive changes for cuts and fills. How will this fit into the topography? Because at the end of it, we want the pond to look like it was meant to be there. It's not like this is going to look like a tailings pond that you have for a mine site. We want this to grow back to its natural state to look like this pond had always been there. So that was our intent. With the reductions that I talked about, by putting the only the road drainage into the lot, the actual size of the pond was reduced by 82% from the original proposal that we had. So in order to do that and actually shrink the footprint of the pond, we looked at making it deeper by 0.5 meter. So by making it slightly deeper and just putting the road drainage in, the pond shrunk again in size. Our intent was to try to make it as small as we possibly could. The total volume that we had in our original design, with all of the lot drainage and all of the road drainage, went into the pond was 17,000 cubic meters. This design is 3,575. So you can understand, excuse me, you can understand the massive reduction that we were able to achieve by actually putting and you can see these green blocks here are actually the tanks that would go on each lot. The pond itself will still have low flow channels, and we set this up with a design. Could I get the cross section? Oh. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So this shows you just a typical cross section through the pond, and we did this on purpose. And you know, I'm not trying to make this a big, in-deep technical discussion, but a lot of people have asked us, what do you mean by dead storage? What do you mean by live storage? What are we talking about when we look at this pond? And what we wanted to do was show this to you. So this is just a typical cross-section of what the pond will look like. This light blue area down in here is what we call the dead storage area. And the reason for the dead storage is so that we have this base of water in here to maintain the plant growth in the pond, as I say, to make it look like a natural feature. We have low flow channels. I'm going to show you those in another view. And then we have the active storage, which is this yellow zone here. The idea of the active storage is that when there is a rainfall event, we go from the low storage line here, the active storage brings the pond up, we have a control structure which takes the pond back down to the dead storage. And that, excuse me, that's what's maintained in here. In order to put the pond deeper, what we had to do was change the side slopes. And you'll note here that these, I know these numbers are small, I apologize, but these are 3-to-1 side slopes. The reason being is that if for whatever reason somebody wanted to go into the pond, don't know why they would, but if they did, you could walk those slopes. It's not one that you would need a rope to get out. 3-to-1 is a slope that we put in that, for example, a lawnmower could cut. That's how gentle that slope is. And you can see that 3-to-1 slope here. So this shows the 1.5 meter depth, which is the deeper pond, and then how it would fit into the topography out there. So if I So these lines represent the low flow channels that we saw in there, and this represents the edge of that 3-to-1 slope. So the way the pond works is that there is an outflow structure from it. I mentioned it. That's the one that brings the water back down to the low flow. And then this discharge is this greenish line coming out here, going into Machosen Creek, which is right here.
Why isn't it black to represent the PFAS?
Actually, Bev, please don't interrupt the presenter.
So this is, so this is the outlet channel going into Machosen Creek. There is an existing water monitoring station, which is there as we speak. And what we want to do is to bring the discharge upstream of that. Therefore, the monitoring station will give us the readings and the flows, not only coming down through the base flow, but also with the flow coming out of the pond. So one of the things that happens with the pond is that discharge, there will be an outlet from the storm system here, which will come into the pond. Where it comes into the pond, we actually have a stilling basin, which actually, again, is used to enhance the water quality. It's a stilling basin that will be at what we call the forebay of the pond. So it will actually make the water not turbulent, it'll slow it down, and then it'll fill up in the pond. The other thing that you see on this is that there is a maintenance road which goes out here to Neal Road, and this actually goes on the existing gravel road that currently goes in to the site. So we're not building a new road here. This exists, it's a gravel road that already exists in there. We're going to take advantage of that so we don't have to cut down trees for this maintenance road coming in here. With the relocation of the pond over to this location from where it used to be over here, and looking at construction access. Construction access is a really sensitive point, we know that, excuse me. And there will be no construction equipment coming from Neal Road. It will all come from the north here, and we have a route now for the construction access to be in this location with the black line. So again, it comes down through this block of property here is actually green space for the development. It'll come down through the green space. Once the construction is finished, this would be remediated back to its original state. That's pretty well all of the information here I wanted to get on this plan, so if there's any questions, I could answer questions.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. McElhaney. Does any council wish to ask him any questions? Councillor Shukin, followed by Councillor Donaldson.
Mr. Ferguson, thank you so much
Yeah,
for
I should
being...
make a correction. I'm actually Peter Ferguson.
Oh,
The
I'm
company
sorry.
I work for is McElhaney.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ferguson.
Ferguson, yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Sure.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the tour that you took me on. There were some updates, I think, from the tour. For example, the construction road is different. I was of the understanding it was going to be on the existing path from the Langford side, so I like what I'm seeing there.
Sure.
I do have to say I have remain with two very significant concerns about the location of the pond. But I just want to ask a question or two. So the area that you've selected for the pond does require extensive blasting and extensive tree cutting. But before I ask you why that, could you confirm how deep the pond will be?
It's a meter and a half.
Meter and a half, okay.
Yeah.
Now, if I look at where you've selected, there's a significant elevation change from the north end to the south end, but any sense, and it strikes me that there's a lot of blasting that is going to be required for that.
Well, you're right, Jay. I mean, when we get down to, you got to remember this is a concept right now.
Okay.
And we talked about this when we were out in the field. When we actually get down to fine tuning the location, if, for example, there's a significant tree, and by bending the edge of the pond to miss that tree, we'll bend the edge of the pond. We don't want to cut down trees if we don't have to, obviously. And the same thing with the topography. This will be a best fit into the terrain that's out there, and if by moving it slightly around, and I'm just talking a meter here, I'm not saying that the whole thing's going to move by, 50 meters, because we want to get this in, somewhat this location. But will it be massaged to fit the topography? Yes. Will it be massaged to fit and save trees where we can? Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Great. So sorry, two more questions if I could. So, Mr. Ferguson, again, thank you for the tour. I should mention the stakes where the pond are. I don't think those are still basically what you're using for the concept here. Is that correct?
The flags that are out there?
Yeah.
They should be pretty close to that.
Okay. Are those pegs, do they represent the full impact of the pond, or do they include like the whole, like the slope, or is that just where the water is?
It includes the slope. That's the extremities of the pond. This is what we had flagged out for you to see in the field.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think it was roughly, at its furthest, it was about 100 meters?
It is.
And furthest side to side, 50 meters?
About 50, yeah. It's about, and I said this out in the field, it's about the size of a football field.
Okay, great. I now just want to address the two concerns I have. So as I look at the site, I've been there quite a number of times over the last 2 weeks, and it is on Metchosin-owned land. People can go there. The stakes have now been, there's some brush that's been cleared so people can see the stakes pretty clearly. As I look at this, 80 to 90% of the detention pond is in ground that will have to be disturbed, whereas there is previously disturbed ground adjacent to the pond. And the question I have is, has the best effort been made to use that previously disturbed land? So that's one concern. But the other concern from my own perspective, it comes from a Parks and Trails, role that I play, is that the location of the pond effectively cuts off foot access to the northeastern side of the bufferland. Now, there's a potential maybe for a path there, but your easy access to that area is cut off. And that is, the broad concern I have, is that area represents about 25% of the bufferland, the entire bufferland. What's interesting with that is there is ready access on the Langford side to the bufferland. And so what we have is we have the potential of a district that has 13 full-time staff members supporting green space for another municipality, for the residents of another municipality. I don't want to deny green space to anybody, but right now that's what the pond design looks like it's doing, is cutting off that access. So I want to relay that concern. So.
Sure. Can I address? Yeah. the location that you see here now, Jay, was, and the topography and the information we had was actually from a ground survey.
Yeah.
So we feel that we've optimized this with respect to cuts and fills. And again, I'll say, could it be optimized further in the final stages of the design? Absolutely, it will be. The area you talked about to the north, which is, I'm just going to go plan again if I could. All of these lots, all the way along here and on, will have a fence. Okay. So there will be a fence, and the owner verified that with me just before this meeting, because it was a statement that was made when we all met on site one day, and we did verify that. So there will be a fence all the way along, all the way up.
Will there be gates?
Yeah. Will it be electrocuted?
So this fence is going in, and the owner has confirmed that and actually made that statement to everybody in the field. Okay, so again, access won't be as readily available to folks.
Did you have any other questions?
Maybe in a minute or so.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Donaldson.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Councilor Schuker, for those questions as well, because when we walked it, I was a bit concerned that the elevation is quite a bit higher than the disturbed area. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. I do recall the fence being mentioned. Is it going to be all the way along, or just in that particular area where the pond is? Is it going to go all the way?
All the way.
Okay. Okay. So at the beginning of your presentation, you had mentioned to us about the green spots that are in where there's going to be tanks. I understood in the beginning it was going to be something like rock pits, or is this sort of the same concept?
Same concept. We usually allow homeowners to put in either a rock pit or a tank. They serve the same purpose, and they must satisfy that same performance requirement.
And where does the liquid from the roads or the roof in the house, where does that go? Does that come down into that pond by coming through the ground, or does it is it trunked out to Happy Valley Road, Bilson Creek?
No, right now it comes down.
Okay.
Before we do any development, it all comes down into
Right.
Machosen Creek. In the future, it all still comes down to Machosen Creek. So we can't change where the water flows. Ministry of Environment will not allow us to take water from one catchment zone and put it into another. We can't do that. It all comes down to recharge Machosen Creek the way it does as we speak today. What will happen is with the tanks that go on each individual home, each individual lot, their roof drainage or any hard landscaping that they have, all of that drainage has to go through this detention tank. And then it gets released as it would, as per the bylaws, for us to release it, so it then comes down as it would have as pre-development flows. Did I answer it?
When I think of tank, I think of just a barrel, so it's hard to imagine how it's...
It is like a barrel.
Okay, it comes out the bottom.
And then you open the spigot in the bottom, and it drains back down, and the spigot in the bottom is what is the release rate. It's a good analogy, I like it, that's great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions, Councilor Donaldson?
No.
Not right now?
No, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wish to make, I'll just make a comment. When I walked the bufferland, Mr. Ferguson, it seemed to me that rather than, I'm not an engineer, mind you, I profess, instead of cutting down the trees to make way for the pond, turn it sideways 90 degrees and use the land that is already being disturbed. It would require more blasting. Have you thought about that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things I should have mentioned here, it's a great question too. All of these pinkish zones that you see here are steep slopes. Okay, so this shows where we would have to do major changes to the topography to push the pond into this area that's steeper. So you can see that the green represents the areas where it'll work without having to make major changes to topography. And that's why you see it sitting here. Can it slide slightly this way? Yes, it could slide slightly this way. Can it turn a bit this way? Yes, it can turn a bit this way. And this is my point when I answered Councilor Schuken's question. If there's a major tree sitting right here, would we take it and move it around that tree? Yes, we would. So this is why we want the flexibility, but what we've done is we've identified where there are severe topographical features. So again, this is all based on a ground survey, not just from an aerial photo.
Okay, thank you for that. And the other question that I have is, will the pond be fenced? And also, will there be planting of non-invasive native species around the pond?
Absolutely, there'll be planting to go in there. Fencing, we've got to look at public safety as well. So, I don't know.
Well, I think as it stands right now, we're planning on fencing it unless we were told to treat it otherwise.
I'm sorry, Dale Douglas is my...
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. So the answer to that question is the plan is to fence it unless you're told otherwise.
Yeah, that's why I didn't give you the right off answer, because it is an item that's still under discussion.
Okay. Councilor Schuken.
Mr. Well, I did have one question because I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
No, I just had one question for Councilor Schuken, just because I wanted to make sure we were crystal clear, and I was just wondering if you could maybe go to the plan and just show us where the concern is with the pedestrian access constriction, just because I'm not 100% clear on it, and I just want to make sure I note it properly. Like where you're concerned about it getting bottlenecked?
So,
is it right at the top of the pond?
Yeah, the trail goes along something like this right now, and it crosses here, and then continues along here somewhere. So right now you run into the pond right here. The access here is not only covered by the moist area in the winter, but it's also steep slopes as well, as you can see here. There maybe is an opportunity to reroute a trail up here, but as you point out, you have very steep slopes up here.
Right, you'd have to find a contour to work with.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. No, I just want to make sure we were clear on it, so when Peter and I go back and start to discuss this, that I...
Thank you. Thanks, Dale.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councilor Schuken.
Okay. Very little through you. Mr. Ferguson, thank you very much for being here tonight and presenting, and it's great to see the schematic and some new information about where the outflows are going to be and where the inflows are going to be. Sure. I remain left with deep skepticism about the ability of using previously impacted land. One of the things I have to point out is that the story of development in Langford is so often about changing the topography by drilling and blasting, and we're seeing that on Center Mountain as well. So I believe that there are still opportunities to use some of the steeper slopes to the north and avoid what is again going to be blasting and drilling in the treat area. And Mayor Little, I want to make a motion to encourage and to get some action on this. And so I would like to make a motion that the CAO and the district not approve any stormwater infrastructure on the bufferland until such time as council has assurances that opportunities and options to utilize previously disturbed areas have been fully tested with a Metchosin retained expert. And secondly, and that a pedestrian access route be confirmed in relation to the pond. So moved.
Okay, this is moved by Councilor Schuken, seconded by Councilor Donaldson. Can you repeat the motion, please?
For sure.
Slowly.
So again, no disrespect to Mr. Ferguson here, but I believe that there are opportunities to look at these options here and to remove it from impacting, like what is a lovely spot. Okay, so the motion is that the CAO not approve any stormwater infrastructure in the bufferland until such time as council has assurance that opportunities and options to utilize previously disturbed areas have been fully tested with a Machosen retained expert. And that a pedestrian access route be confirmed in relation to the pond. So again, this gets to two things. Using disturbed land for what is going to be an impacted area, and also making sure that Machosen residents have an access point to what is actually about 25% of the full buffer land. So,
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson, do you wish to speak on the motion?
No, I think Councillor Shukin has covered it quite well.
Okay. So more information, confirmation. Councillor Epp or Councillor Gray, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Well, I just actually thought that Mr. Ferguson covered a bit of that. He did say that they had tried to find the area that would cause the least disturbance, and from the topography map there, it looks like there aren't a whole lot of options without more blasting than they already need.
Okay. Councillor Gray, do you wish to speak?
Yes, I'm just wondering, through the chair, if Councillor Shukin could show us the area where we've got the less disturbance. Is it to the left on the map?
You know, it is really hard to see on this map. And again, I invite anyone to come walking. But you see, if you're going through the trail here, this has all been dug out. It says it's steep, but there are parts of it that are steep, but parts of it that are certainly accessible by foot in this area here. And again, whether the pond can be pushed up and a pedestrian road be moved that way, or some of it can be moved, further this way. So,
Councillor Shukin, can you show us where the monitoring station is?
I believe it's really hard to see.
It's actually labeled there, Councillor Shukin.
Of course. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is this the monitoring
Yeah, right
station?
there.
Yeah.
I would point out the blue area to the west there, we can't move the pond into that area. That's part of the riparian area setback, so we're as tight to that as we can be to the west.
Perhaps I could show Mr. Councillor Shukin where this path is here. The path that we walked on when we went out, Councillor Shukin, is here.
Oh, okay.
And
here.
This is the path right through here.
Okay. Yeah.
And it goes out here. But when you were talking about where the path is that we were standing on, and you remember we were looking here, and I was pointing out the 50-meter wide, we were standing right there on the path, so we could see them.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't go up here. The path is actually there.
Okay. And again, thank you for reorienting.
Yeah.
But all of this area here is disturbed area. And again, my question to the engineers is, some of this is claimed to be steep, but that has not posed challenges to a lot of development in Langford. And I would ask that some consideration be used. And that area is, to my mind, so much is disturbed already. So,
but your point's well made. I mean, just think of, just in concept, if we were to push this over here and butt it against the side of that, we'll do that.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not trying to blow up more rock or take out more material.
Yeah.
So if by moving this, and this was my point, that if we move this over and catch a contouring here that actually enhances this and pushes this, well, that's what you're going to see. Okay, so this is not right to the centimeter of where this boundary is. This is showing you it's going to go here, but I don't want to, lead anybody on to think that it's going to move by 50 meters this way or that. It's not. For the optimization of it.
Fair enough. Again, the motion, thank you, Mr. Ferguson. I mean, the motion is about making sure that the siting is good in relation to both the use of disturbed land and also pedestrian access. It's really difficult to visualize that on a map, but going and seeing the site, and I've offered to, on Saturday and Sunday, I offered to take members of the Neil Road community out. Happy to do that at some other point as well, and you've all seen this area as well, so. Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Gray.
Yeah, I'll just offer that I'm not completely sure, what kind of expert would assist us here, whether it's a hydrologist or an engineer in that way, or who. We had hired Colquitt's Engineering previously to look things over, but we do have the potentially the opportunity to talk to the provincial government experts. So the CAO may or may not, Mr. Pyatt may or may not be in touch with them already about the Beckingham development, and they work on riparian areas, wetland protections, stormwater management, and there's a group who are offering to help us with those issues as they arise, and maybe there's a role here for them. But I don't know if you're thinking of a specific expert or those kinds of folks. That would be a work with Mr. Ferguson, I expect, as opposed to with us.
Councillor Donaldson.
Yes, I spoke with Mr. Patrick Lucy last Friday just to speak with him again this morning, but both he and I didn't make a connection. So he is one person that knows his property quite well, and he was very interested to learn a little bit more. Actually, he knows our engineers quite well. So I do have an incoming call from him, so he may be somebody to consider as well. I know he's really busy, but he could also refer somebody else to him. So. And we do have the budget for that as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Councillor Shuken and Councillor Gray.
Yeah. To me, the assignment in a way is to make use of disturbed land, and that is the priority for the planning. So I'm compelled by the fact that there's disturbed land adjacent to the pond that's not being used, and a significant, I would say 80 to 90% is new land where the pond is supposed to go. So it's maximizing that area. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Gray.
Well, just later in our agenda, we'll see some notes from the Parks and Trail Advisory Subcommittee where there's mention of a bufferland stormwater detention pond open house in September, but also the policy we have in place about referrals to PTASC, MEASC, and the Ag Committee around stormwater issues. I think we need to be sensitive to the developers here in terms of the time. And I think from my perspective, if we proceed with this motion, then we maybe aren't as essential to have these reviews by the committees. Let me ask, our last review really was to say we need professional assistance here. If we're doing it now, I think that we don't necessarily need to send it back to the other committees, or at least to MEASC.
Anybody else? Peter, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment that the location that you see here was actually reviewed by our environmental consultant, Corbidet. So they are part of coming up with the impact of where the pond is going to be located with respect to invasive plants, disturbed areas, non-disturbed areas. So they're very much part of our team, and they were on site when Councillor Schuppen was there. So we will be using advice from Corbidet for them.
Okay. Any other comments on this? Mr. Pyatt, would you like to comment?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the presentation and the great questions, and and the transparency that obviously we're providing here. So our new engineering consultant, Westbrook, has a surveying component as well, and I'm not sure if that would be appropriate, but we already have an engineering company that can maybe provide this third-party review or peer review, if that would be suitable for council as we move towards final approval.
Okay.
Thanks.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Those opposed? Councillor Gray and Councillor Eck opposed. Motion carries. I'm sorry?
I'm in favor.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, I voted in favor as well.
Okay, so the motion carries unanimously. Are there any other questions for our guests? Just if you could stick around for a small part of the public participation, that would be great. For 15 minutes or so. Thank you. And any other questions from council to our guests? Seeing none, I'd like to thank you. Thank you for your transparency and for your presentation. Go
I'm
ahead.
super sorry.
That's okay.
I have one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's probably not an easy one, but through you, Mayor Little. There was talk about creating the goal is an engineered wetland. And if more steps were taken to create that, I wonder if there's an opportunity to not be separate from the existing riparian area, but join and be part of the enhancement of that. That's a deeper question, but there's been some discussion over the last few days on that, and we wondered if that was maybe a possibility.
Yeah, and we've actually brought that up.
Come to the microphone, please. Sorry.
Yes, Councillor Shuken, we have brought that up with our environmental consultant to understand if we were to do that, would it be deemed as an enhancement or more riparian area? Unfortunately, no, it's man-made, and it doesn't count. So we can't do that. But one of the things we are doing, and this was, and maybe I wasn't clear enough on the dead storage is actually meant to be a wetland area.
Yeah.
So that will maintain that moisture in there at that depth. And this is the intent of that, so that it will promote growth of non-invasive plant species in there. So we will be putting in native grasses, native shrubs in that area. And that was my comment about, this is going to look like it was there. We don't want it to look like, a swimming pool that you've got hard lines on. It's not like that.
Yeah.
There will be, growth over it. It will look like it's, a little lagoon in there, and that's our intent.
Okay.
Councillor Gray.
And then I might just add and comment that was my reason for mentioning the provincial experts who might help with this. They're the ones who make the determinations on the riparian area and the impact and that kind of thing. So if we brought them in, that might be a help. Not necessarily to contradict Corvidae, but rather to be sure that we've done what we can. Thanks a lot, through the chair, for the presentation. That was very clear.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we'll move on with public participation. At this moment, if you're interested in having comments, you can come to the microphone, state your name and your street. Council cannot receive any more information regarding the public hearing. Well, that was at 6 o'clock tonight. So any comments tonight is anything else but the public hearing. We'll also start with Nicole Shuken because she wanted to ask a question of the presenters. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Nicole Shuken, Lavon Road resident. Yeah, just while the image is up on the screen there, thank you for the presentation. I noticed just three things. Number one, it looks like the maintenance road is going to cross the creek. So there will be a bridge crossing the creek? Or some bridge construction, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
There actually is currently a culvert there
Okay.
on the maintenance road. Actually, I was part of putting that culvert in.
Okay, gotcha.
With Mr. Mazalenko.
Okay.
So that is there, and that culvert that was put in was actually approved by MOE.
Okay, thank you. And I have to respectfully disagree with your comment that the pond is on currently disturbed area where there's invasive species. I, like many others, did walk and follow the pegs, and maybe 15-20% of the pond is on disturbed area, but the rest is on a beautiful, intact, integral arbutus, woodland. And there's orchids there. There are wonderful species of orchid. That whole area is undisturbed currently. So about 80 to 85% of the existing pond, at least in this schematic, would disturb undisturbed land. And I think what Councillor Shuken is suggesting is that disturbed strip that runs all the way up along the steep slope to the north there could perhaps function as a much more linear, even maybe cascading stormwater system. I see that steepness isn't an issue with the construction road. So the fact that you're going to be using the really steep topography to build the pond, I wonder if that road, that construction road, could be the future maintenance road as well, so that we don't have maintenance going through the Metchosin buffer. Just my thoughts.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Ferguson.
Just to respond to that.
Yeah.
The idea of not having the maintenance road coming down was again so that it would not provide an access from the Langford lands down into the pond area. And point well made about where there is non-disturbed areas. Again, this is where we rely on our environmental consultant to help us with that, and we will be looking at how we can minimize any kind of impact to any trees that we can save. Absolutely, we will be doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commenting with some questions here, and I apologize, I've tracked this, but I've not read the actual plan in detail, so I do have a couple of questions. Will the water from the road be piped or in a ditch to the pond? And will it be on the surface, or will blasting be required?
No, go ahead. Thank you.
Through the mayor.
The discharge that will come from the north will actually come down first in a pipe system. If I could go up to the plan again. There will be what we call hard pipe system, obviously on the road. There will be discharge coming out. The discharge will be on a fairly steep grade. What we'll be doing is putting in a stilling basin. So we have to break the energy up from the pipe coming down. It will then go into a swale, and we're making it into a bioswale. So this bioswale will again be two functions. One is to slow the flow down before it comes into the pond, and the other is to act as water quality enhancement as well. It will be open, and if we do have to do blasting to create a channel, that's exactly what will happen. But if not, we will work with the contours to do that. The idea of this road coming down through here, and what's not clear perhaps on this sketch is that what we've done is we've caught a contour line. So we're actually coming down a side slope. So we're going to build on that side slope coming down. Okay. So although we're in the pink zone here, we're actually down one contour line here, and then we cut down through a bit of it here to come down. But
Sorry, am I being timed? Because I do have a few more questions I'd like to get through.
Yeah, that's fine.
So in that, are you going to develop a detailed plan and profile drawing of that hillside that's going to show that blasting? Okay, perfect. Will Metchosin Council see it before it's tabled as the proposal to Langford?
The pond design has to be approved by the District of Metchosin.
Before it goes to Langford?
Well, they're going to both.
Okay. I think that was one of my questions in terms of process. I was a bit surprised to hear that this has gone forward, and we're still having discussion about disturbance of trees and use of disturbance areas. So that's where I'm a little confused on the design methodology here.
Sure, that's the point we're at in our design.
Yes.
We're looking at, now we're getting down from concept to more detail. Okay. So it's a natural process for us to do that.
Okay.
And just on the approvals, we will be making submissions to both Langford and to the District of Metchosin, which will include detail of the pond, detail of the outlet structure, detail of the access road, detail of the maintenance road. All of these things will be detailed so that you and your staff will be able to see them and comment on them.
Thank you. Another item, you mentioned remediation of the access road. Just clarifying, reclamation is obviously different from remediation, is a different vegetation and scientific standard. Have you defined the level of reclamation that you'll be using, removing any gravel base down, replanting the seed mix, the native vegetation mix, and size of vegetation? If you're looking at 1 gallons, the tree and shrub mix, is there a plan for that?
Yeah, what we have to do is we have to take it back to existing.
Mhm.
So what's there now, what gets, and what is at the end, will have to be back to what it is as existing conditions. This is our.
Perfect. And will you define if you need to remove trees greater than 12 inches in diameter while you're constructing that road?
Everything will be detailed. I mean, when we look at this, and again, it's the same comment I have down here. If this line can move a bit and there's a very nice tree sitting here,
You'll
we're going
avoid
to
it.
miss it. Yeah, we don't want to cut the tree.
Perfect. One of my last questions, of the design discharge on all those lots up above, will there be mandatory designs which homeowners must comply with? So every homeowner gets the stormwater management design they must install with their bill, as opposed to leaving it up to a civil designer or something?
No, not at all.
Okay.
They won't get a building permit without it, and it has to be signed off by an engineer.
And will they all be the same, or will we see
Well, each
35 different?
Each one will be specific for the
Their
design of
site
the
grade.
house that's going in there.
Perfect.
If somebody has a big, large roof area, it'd be very different from somebody who has a smaller roof area.
Yep.
But the intent and the performance is the same.
Perfect. Good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Dale?
I was just going to add just a couple quick things. So with the new construction routing down into the pond area, which is coming through the Langford green space, we'll be working closely with Langford Parks on that remediation. And as far as that continuing to be the maintenance road, where it goes into the lots there, in that area there, the walls are in the sort of 10 to 12 meter range there. I mean, those lots are way up in the air. That construction road is actually going to angle across the lots in order for us to construct. And then when they work their way back out, they're going to start to build those lots up. When that work's finished, they'll have to put the walls in. Because that entire section along there, it's quite a drop off. The walls are going to be very significant.
Okay. Excellent.
Okay. Mr. Simpson, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Richard Simpson, Boulder Path Road, just off of Neil. And thank you for the presentation. Just from the beginning of your presentation, I just asked the question that you were able to sharpen your pencil and manage all of the homeowners runoff. Why couldn't you have gone the extra 20% and handled all the road runoff within the development site?
Yeah, putting all of the, well, you see the tremendous impact that we have from taking all of the home drainage and putting that in and taking it out of the detention pond. With the putting in additional storage in there for the roads, which is what you're asking. The issue we have there is we have to watch what we're doing with the water quality in there. So we don't want that water having to be treated by private homeowners. We want to have it so that we can manage that. And this is why we want to have the road drainage as under our control. Well, I'm sorry, our control, under the city's control, and not under the control of the private homeowners. So this then brought us down to how small can we get the pond, and that's why we did it this way. So we can control that water quality and ensure that it's treated properly before it's discharged out to Machosen Creek.
Okay. And I guess the last is more of a comment, is because I have taken a walk on the site, and as a member of the Bufferland Working Group, my interest is wildlife corridor, my interest is Metchosin access, monitoring, maintenance of the environment there. And I see this as an engineering solution, but I don't see it as a solution that includes access. When I walked that path and realized that when the pond's built, I'll be walking through a pond. So how do I access, when I look at the purple or pink areas on that map, they're too steep for anybody to walk along. So how do you get from the left to the right, or the north to the south, within those access? Like what will essentially be created is a green space for Langford to the right of the pond, and it's going to be extremely difficult for Metchosin residents to make sure that part of the bufferland is taken care of. So, I mean, I want to be part of a bufferland group that looks after the environment, and I see a big blue pond there that's going to cause some difficulties for us. But I appreciate the presentation, and I just think it's incomplete. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bailey Spiteri, Neilbrook. I just wanted to add to Richard. I out of just curiosity mostly, has the developer or it been considered to place the pond on the Langford property? I mean, just because there is an ability to put it on the bufferlands doesn't mean we have to. Like, has it been looked at? Maybe it's even financially more viable if you don't have to blast a bunch of stuff and you can place it somewhere that's behind the properties.
Great idea. It's a
good question.
Absolutely. Excuse me. Absolutely. The idea of putting the pond on the Center Mountain residential property has been investigated. The issue we have with doing that is that if you put the pond on in the green space, it can't be deemed as parkland. So what happens is when you take that area, excuse me, and put all of that on the residential property, it now means that then you're losing green space.
For a few lots.
So, and you're losing lots. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the covenant allows us to put the pond and
Mayor Little, point of order. I wonder if we can ask certain audience members to stop making comments while Mr. Ferguson makes his answer.
Yeah,
or
actually,
provides his
please
answer.
don't make any comments to each other or to Mr. Ferguson while he's speaking. Please, thank you.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, putting it on the residential green space property does take away from the land that we have to dedicate for parkland. So that is an issue. Again, it cannot be categorized, as I explained to Councillor Shukin, as additional riparian areas. The MOE does not allow man-made features to do that. So this is why we see it where it is. We've optimized it, we've minimized it, we've listened to all your comments, and we've got it as small as we can get it.
Okay. Are there any other comments from the public regarding this issue? And then we'll ask them if they can choose to stay or leave, and then we'll go to other questions. Kathy, go ahead.
Kathy Atherton, Lavon Road. Thank you for coming and doing this presentation. I'm a member of the Parks and Trails Committee, so on the weekend I was out exploring there. And I have to admit that I agree with the comments that have been made previously, that the areas that appear to be delineated, the areas that appear to be delineated for the retention pond do seem to encroach quite significantly on areas that are currently undisturbed, and there are very disturbed areas in there that are not included in the retention pond. So that really made me query the placement of the pond. So if I can go up and point to the map, I do have a question for you. So you said that there would be fence up along here.
Along the back of the lots.
Along the back of the lot. Actually, on the lot properties themselves?
Yes, on the
Yeah.
lots.
And what nature will that fence be?
Be 6-foot-high fence.
6-foot-high fence. Then I believe you also pointed here saying that that was going to be their green space.
It is.
So on the one hand, you're saying that they won't be able to access here because there's a fence. And on the other hand, you're saying that this is their recreational green space. So where does that, how do you reconcile that?
Well, for starters, in the area that you're looking at, those lots are going to be 10 to 12 meters above the natural grade there with the wall. So there's really not going to be any access down. But this green space buffer is on the Langford land. It's part of the design of the project.
Yeah, it is, but there's been a lot of concern from residents of Metchosin about the buffer land not actually being what it was originally assumed it was going to be. And now I'm getting the sense that this is going to be green space and access one way or another from the residential development down in through here.
I'm not sure where the access would come from.
Well, on the industrial park, is this the line where the industrial park will be going up to the border?
It's further to the west.
Well, just, yeah. Right further north and to the west there. You're in the right area, yeah. If you were a little bit taller, you'd be perfect.
I'm taller than it, yeah, okay. And what provisions are there in terms of limiting access from that far corner? Or are there
Fence.
any?
Fence goes all the way.
Fence goes
Along the residential
Yeah,
development.
where you see the red line.
Where is it? Oh. where
No,
is it?
sorry.
No?
The red line where it starts, where it coexists with the lots.
Okay, right.
Yeah, all the way.
Correct.
Yeah, and then down to there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right, well, it's obviously, it's a very tricky situation that everybody's going to have to navigate here, but I'm also concerned about, you've been going to efforts to make the pond smaller. So that's actually going to have potentially less water storage. So is that going to end up affecting the amount that you can release down into here? So will that adequately keep Metchosin Creek as full as it should be?
Yeah, what we have to achieve is that the pre-development runoff that goes into Metchosin Creek must be achieved with post-development runoff. This is exactly what we're achieving. So if you're a drop of water down in Metchosin Creek, you're going to see the same runoff from before everything was built until after it was built. So this is why when we have hard surfaces now, roads, roofs, patios, and all those kind of things, the water runs off quicker. We have to detain that water so that it simulates what happens before any hard surfaces were put in. That's the whole intent of the detention and the release control structures that we put in, not only on every lot, but also on the pond itself.
Well, I thank you for your comments about this, and I know you mentioned that you will try and optimize the existing terrain, but I'd still like to see a lot of rejigging of that concept.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else for public participation? We've got Kim, then Mr. White, and Ms. Ballard.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm just going to, do the elephant in the room thing here. we've got the tail wagging the dog here. Because we've got the Langford engineers coming up, I love you guys and all that, the professionals on that. But we have no advocates on our side here. And what is this whole thing about that we Machosen asked to make the shrink down that pond? I don't remember that coming up as anything from NIASC or engineers. That's a dumb idea. Where we want to be is highlighting the biological function of this thing, and so that it does the best to. Well, for one thing, we're going to have all that runoff from those all the cars up there coming right through there. Guess what? That pond drains right into where I saw baby fish this morning. You know, like is that going to be clean water or not? Machosen should have the end. Actually, no, they should be helping design this. We should not have it another. I think that number one, we should have a old-fashioned Machosen, have an open house with the people who are going to be affected by the runoff from this thing, to have their say. Machosenites. Machosen has gifted this to that developer. We deserve to have the last say. We deserve to have actually the first say on this. We've got new engineering department. We need advocates. And I'm loving hearing what's happening. Actually, I'm not loving it. It disturbs me because that plan that they've got there, that is not. It's not up to spec. That's not best practices. It's the cheapest thing they can get away with. And I don't know. Maybe they were misled by the smaller was better, but it's not. That doesn't. I've been doing this for 30 years. I know one thing, that you don't blast a huge piece of rock away and make an artificial holding area and expect that to be like natural thing. That's not unless an asteroid come in and hit the earth there and cause a crater. That's not a normal thing. And we need something that performs biological function to try to make sure that the water that's coming off of there is clean. Oh, and then there's a whole bunch of other things which should come up in a public open house with, because other people have got concerns. Like, who's going to monitor the water quality? What if the water quality is not up to spec? Who's going to pay for that? How about the water quantity? Same thing. I don't see any plans for that whatsoever. We've got a pig in a poke here, and I would just call a spade because I've been doing this for 2 years.
Thank you. Mr. White?
Hello, Eric White, 4290 Chosen Road. I may have lost where a crucial detail a while back, but who is paying to dig this pond? Who's actually footing the bill for it?
It's the developers.
The developers. Yeah. Okay, so then I agree with lots of the other comments that Machosen, like, the developers are paying for it, so it needs to go in an absolute ideal location, and they need to blast rock, and good on you guys for choosing an expert and throwing a little money at it so that we get the best thing for us.
Thank you. Ms. Ballard.
Tamara Ballard, Wooten Road. I'd like to speak tonight to 7A. Sorry, I have the wrong one. The estate of Audrey Coburn. I understand that you guys are recommended to deny her request for a bench. So I agree, it is full up there. But there's also a picnic table up in the east corner that should be replaced. I'm not sure if that is private, because I know it is a private land with the trail on it, but maybe that might be something that you can maybe take back to the family to say that, no, there's no room for another bench, but we do need to replace this picnic table that is falling apart. I know that Audrey, the Coburns lived on the road since the 60s. My place was subdivided in 68 from their place. They were lovely. She was such a lovely lady. And so instead of just denying it completely, if maybe you could go back and talk to the Mitchells, because I do know it's their land, and see if there's a chance that maybe you guys could do a cost share for the picnic table. So instead of it just being a one family memorial, it could be a multi-family memorial. And I would just be sad to see it denied and forgotten, because she was in this community for quite a long time, and I do know that her family still resides here, so I would just like to make that suggestion.
Thank you. Thank you. We have time for one more.
Oh, no, we have to have time for two.
I'll be very quick.
I'd like to speak also.
On the retention plan, I also have been up there.
What's your name?
Oh, sorry, Richard from Leesville Road. I also haven't been up there, and to Mr. Shukin's point there is like a potential for the cascading up against the rock, which has already been disturbed. And it sounds like it could be kind of like a nice park setting, the whole pond and everything, without a fence. As the fellow here said, the slopes will be soft enough that you could walk out of it should you fall in, or a dog go in or whatever. And as far as getting to the right-hand side of that diagram up there, would it not be a simple matter of putting a nice walking path on one side of the pond? I mean, it shouldn't be that difficult to, whether it's like carved into the rock or what have you, to access via a walking path. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary? Mark Atherton, LeBon Road, and former member of the Parks and Trails Advisory Committee. So I'm here tonight to speak on the respectful workplace policy. I've spoken twice in public participation on this policy, as well as having submitted a formal complaint asserting bullying and humiliation by Mayor and Council and the former interim CAO. I identified several deficiencies to the current policy in my complaint and made several recommendations on a simpler process, simpler approach for a respectful workplace policy in my public statements. I'm pleased to see that some of these are reflected in the proposed amendments. Workplace BC has developed a handbook titled Toward a Respectful Workplace, a handbook on preventing workplace bullying and harassment, and provides a one-page sample policy statement for use by employers to lay out their expectations. Our policy is 12 pages. Why isn't the district using the provincial template? If the goal is to state district expectations for a respectful workplace while meeting provincial requirements, what could be simpler than using their template? There are too many problems with the revised policy to enumerate them here, but one that stands out, though, is it does not make reference to its compatibility with the QP collective agreement. Termination of employment is referenced 6 times without any consideration of an employee's rights under their collective agreement. Adopting the provincial template would not present conflict, as it is based on principle, not process. I wasn't self-aware of being bullied as a member of the advisory committee until I read the policy and was appalled by its content and the requirement to sign off that I had read and understood it. I decided to test its efficacy by making a formal complaint. Complaint process was laid out. I used it. My complaint presents a useful case study of policy implementation. I first tried to resolve my complaint or resolve my issues informally as suggested by the policy. When I was unsuccessful, I made a formal complaint seeking a public apology as an outcome. A public apology as an outcome. The policy states, for complaints brought against the mayor, councillors, or the CAO, an external investigator with expertise regarding matters covered under this policy will be retained by the district or legal counsel. I emphasized will be retained as that is a policy commitment. No investigator was retained. Under the policy, management, among other things, is expected to, and I'm quoting, Listen to complaints and treat them sensitively, seriously, and with confidentiality. Also, to cooperate and participate in good faith in any investigation under this policy. Instead of appointing an investigator, listening or acting in good faith, district management referred my complaint to their legal counsel, who wrote me a letter delivered by registered mail, brushing off my complaint. The process was completely ignored. So why have a detailed policy if you're going to ignore the explicit requirements specified by it? What could be more disrespectful than using a lawyer to intimidate a complainant? I reiterate my recommendation for a simplified policy. If the district had developed policy using the provincial template, I would never have been bullied. No complaint would have been generated.
Your time is up. Can you sum up?
2 paragraphs. What are the lessons learned from this case study? District management is not committed to implementing the policy, and a legalistic, process-driven approach to a respectful workplace policy is counterproductive. I provided 20 years of Parks and Trails service to our community. I am still seeking an apology as required in my original complaint. I am also seeking an additional policy for the district's failure to investigate my complaint in good faith. Thank you.
Okay, so Chris, you'll be the last speaker this evening.
I have no idea.
Yeah, you will. Did you want to speak at public participation?
Yes.
Okay, so you're the last speaker.
Okay. Could I direct council to item 8C, please? That's the proposal for the main entrance in Village Square. I haven't had an opportunity to review the staff report, but I was present for the presentation by both Shannon Carmen and Bobby Mitchell. And I'm not going to speak to the potential economics of this. There's a lot of other people in the district that are far more knowledgeable on that level, and council knows what your investment has been so far. But I would like perhaps to ask council to take a step back. And, before you even get into engaging in this in a serious way, there's a huge issue in our corner. It's safety. And this has been a fact for maybe the last 3 or 4 years. That we all know that our day traffic is up by almost 80%, if not more. I am 3 houses down the road from Happy Valley intersection. I have a habit of going to Tony's corner store, usually once a day. I have sat, and not at a real rush time, for 3 or 4 minutes, making a left turn from William Head to Happy Valley. That's not uncommon. Try backing out of the corner store. It's almost suicidal. And the really distressing thing, and I've noticed this on more than one occasion, I have witnessed young children literally darting across the street from the cafe or the little mall to the other side. And if their supervision is not obvious, and another example, and I don't think Frank will apparently mind if I mention this, you may or may not be aware that we had an impact in the crosswalk in 2023. Our long-standing resident was struck, thrown. He was in the crosswalk. And interestingly, the driver of the vehicle that collided with Frank was the father of an RCMP, one of our local ones, and he happened to be in the car too, which is probably really good news. And they got out, they were very concerned. Frank's lying on the road, 15 feet or so the other side of the crosswalk. Typical Frank, as we know. They said, we're getting you to the hospital now. He said, it's fine. Well, it wasn't quite that fine. But this whole safety thing is no joke. It's getting worse. I know one time there were consideration years ago, decades, about stop signs or something in the corner. But please, before you go down this road for a enhanced Village Square, we cannot accommodate the tenants and their patrons right now. Anything happens on a weekend in Metchosin, you folks know this, it's traffic both sides of Poppy Valley Road, down William Head, often Metchosin Road as well. So, safety first before we do this bit.
Okay, thank you. The safety and considerations for mitigating traffic at that intersection will be addressed this fall. Okay, with that, we've ended the public participation part of this meeting. We'll move on to adoption of minutes. So council, if you can turn to page 5. We have the minutes of June 17th, 2024 to be considered.
Move adoption.
Moved by Councillor Schuken, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And next we have receipt of minutes on page 13. Councillor Epp. This is the minutes from the Healthy Communities Advisory Select Committee meeting.
Move receipt.
Moved by Councillor Epp, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Questions? Go ahead.
I noticed in the minutes, thanks for that the dark sky policy didn't come forward from Healthy Communities. If there's no objections, you may ask and pick that up with Mr. White.
Councillor Epp, can you summarize what the conversation was about?
It was basically because he just was unable to provide enough information to satisfy the committee, the questions about exactly what the responsibilities for the committee, for staff, and what was needed to move forward with this proposal. The committee tended to feel that education, as far as the whole dark sky thing, might be just a valuable way to go rather than spending money, and there was definitely going to be staff time. The other thing was didn't seem to be anything available on how much this designation and membership would cost us going forward. Like they said there's an annual fee, but didn't really say how much the fee is going to be. And these costs are all in US dollars as well. So the $250 that was proposed to spend just simply to be able to put in an application with this organization was going to be 300 and something Canadian. And we just felt that there was just more information needed.
Okay, and so Mr. White was going to be bringing more information back to Healthy Communities?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
He was talking about possibly making a separate group, but I really can't comment on that.
Okay. I'd suggest that we leave it in the Healthy Communities' hands, perhaps. Councillor Epp can have a conversation with the chair of the committee and discuss when this will be bring back to the Healthy Communities. As I remember, it was a council directive that the dark sky policy that we have be more fulsome, and it was sent to the Healthy Communities for discussion. There was a number of benefits, as we all noted, to a dark sky policy. Go ahead.
Yes, all we really were tasked to do was to come back to council with a proposal. So not sort of moving ahead immediately with spending this money and so on. So we would appreciate having just the proposal, and then council can discuss it. We don't have a Healthy Communities meeting for some time, so
okay,
I will bring it up.
Okay, that's great. Okay,
Thank you.
great. Okay, with that, I'll take call question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And Councillor Shuka on page 17. This is receipt of the minutes from the PTAS committee meeting of June 26.
Thank you very much. I'll just make a motion to receive the minutes of this meeting.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Shuka, seconded by Councillor Epp. Comments? Go ahead.
Just a big thanks to the gang who went up to Ash Mountain and worked on those invasive plants. Well done.
Okay. I'll call a question.
Just ask the question. The Weirs Beach stairs look like they're done. Is it time for an opening and a celebration?
So I will almost on a daily basis, they're not done,
No?
but almost on a daily basis, I will ask Mr. Payette for an update on when the contractor is coming. The contractor is coming, and hopefully within the month of July, Mr. Payette, I'm looking for a nod of the head. Yeah, this week apparently. So yeah, but thank you for flagging that, Councillor Gray. It's long awaited, and there are some challenges to fixing this. So we need a qualified contractor to get this done. What has happened is the barriers are removed. Mr. Payette had our public works crew come out and reinforce and do some safety work. So the stairs are open, but they're not fixed yet.
They look great.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So, Councillor Donaldson, on page 21, we have the Special Finance Committee meeting of July 9th.
Thank you. Move to receive the Special Finance Committee meeting, joint meeting that we had with Agriculture Advisory Select Committee and the Environmental Advisory Select Committee to discuss wildlife livestock conflict.
Okay, this is moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Shuken. Comments? All in favor? Opposed?
And a big thanks to Officer Norris who came out. I thought he provided great input. So.
Absolutely. Okay, on page 27, briefly moving on to my mayor's report. On June 21st, I was joined by Councillor Donaldson, Epp and Shuken in the ceremony to raise the Pride flag for the second time, for the second consecutive year. This just really symbolizes that we are aligned with other communities throughout BC in gathering to celebrate Pride diversity. This is our commitment towards inclusiveness, safety, tolerance, and an opportunity to raise awareness and to support each other towards this transformational change. And the Victoria Pride Parade was on July 7th. I marched, I didn't march, I was on the CRD float, and it was really fun, and it was a safe event, hardly any incidents, and thank everybody for coming. It was a great event. Regarding the CRD update, the CRD has submitted the long-term biosolids management strategy to the province. That was due at the end of June. The board also had, they read the first, second, and third reading and adopted the Heartland Landfill tipping fee and regulation bylaw 4610. It shifts the ban on carpet, underlay, and salvageable wood waste, and the implementation of a fee of $300 per ton on unsorted renovations and demolition waste. Let's see what else with the CRD. The Regional Water Supply Commission 2023 annual report was approved by the CRD board. The CRD undertakes a comprehensive water quality monitoring program as a part of its multi-barrier approach to provide safe drinking water to the region. There is a link in the report to the Greater Victoria Water Quality 2023 annual report. As Vice Chair of the CRD, I continue to be involved in discussions with the negotiations of the South Island First Nations. The CRD is interested in establishing memorandums of understanding or letters of protocol with all of the First Nations. These have been very respectful meetings and valuable. Discussions are led by the chief and their council, and it really includes the most important item for that particular nation. Also in my role as Vice Chair, I was delighted to award 2 bursaries to exemplary students within the CRD, and I want to recognize that 2 of the students in the region were awarded these bursaries. I helped to organize a tour of the Metchosin Museum with the William Head Institution, and this was well received by the Metchosin Museum. We walked through the graveyard that is there, dating back to before the Second World War, and went through their little museums and that they have there. So it was a very well received tour. If anybody on council is interested in a tour of William Head, that's easily arranged. So if anybody is interested, Councillor Shukin's interested, we can have a tour. You're interested as well? Okay, I'll arrange for a tour. And lastly, on July 18th, which is this Thursday at 6 p.m., we have the second annual Volunteer Appreciation Concert. I encourage you to bring your blanket and your family and a picnic, possibly your dancing shoes. Helen Davies, a Metchosin resident, will be performing with her band and others, and it should be an absolute fantastic event, and the weather is cooperating. And with that, that's my mayor's report. Yes.
Mayor, I wonder if I could ask just about the short-term plan for the biosolids. Will that involve land application? Again, concerned about the aquifer. That question. And the second question is, what are we engaging with the First Nations for with regards to biosolids? Is that for land application as well?
Mm-hmm. That's for land application as well.
And would that be on Aquifer 606?
I don't know. Does Shiano Nation fall within Aquifer 606?
Not sure about Shiano, but any of the other stuff, Soup, Pachalat. Is that, I just wondering, is the CRD pushing the land application through First Nations because the non-First Nations aren't accepting it?
No, I don't think they're pushing it. I think they've made a resolve to consult with First Nations on any major issue. And so with that, they're going to the First Nations along with other talks about other issues to the First Nations. I don't think they're pushing it.
Oh, good. I hope not. I mean, you'll know because you're there, but I'm just anxious with seeing later on, the importance of delivering safe drinking water to the region. So that would involve people with wells and people, we don't want to contaminate our groundwater through applying the biosolids on anybody's land, it seems to me.
They have had success of late sending the biosolids to the Lafarge cement plant in Richmond, so that has been successful. They've also done some land reclamation on a previous mine site in Cassidy, and that has gone through, so hardly anything has been landfilled at the Heartland landfill.
Thank you.
Okay, turning now to business arising. If you turn to page 31 of your agenda, Councillor Shukin.
So thank you very much, Mayor Little. There are two park bench donation applications, and if I could deal with them separately.
Please.
So the first one is actually the application is by Susan Young for an individual named Ian Young. The bench will actually go out there on the other side of the change room next to the oak tree there. PTASC has recommended acceptance of this bench. There is a link to another bench that has been long awaited, and this is a bench on Duke Road that has been previously approved, and I believe approved by council as well, and it's for a bench near a transit stop. So the link with Ian Young's bench is we want to do 2 pours of cement, and you can only buy a certain amount of cement in an economic form, and so if we can get 2 of these benches ready, all good to get these executed.
At the same time?
Yes. So I would move that council approve the Young Memorial Bench application.
Okay, this is moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor F. Discussion. This has gone through PTASC?
Yes, it has, yeah.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The next application relates to, from the Coburn family for a bench for the late Miss Audrey Coburn. Now, Ms. Ballard earlier today mentioned this, and what PTASK's original thinking was is that the application was for the right-of-way or the easement allowing for the trail on Sea Bluff. I spoke with Mr. Coburn on Friday, and he is interested in actually having the bench on the right-of-way on Wooten Road, which is not covered by the easement. I had a look at the documents the other day. Now, our recommendation, and I'm going to stand by this, is that comes out of the fact that we don't believe that there's more benches needed on the Sea Bluff Trail easement area. And that's seconded by a discussion with the landowners as well, even so far as the picnic table at the far southwest end, I think, if you will. So I've talked to both landowners in that area, and they're not supportive of new benches. The question of whether there should be, and if there's benefit to having a public bench on Wooten Road, I think that needs to be investigated further. And I, if possible, I wouldn't mind taking a look with our Trails Coordinator and Mr. Payette as well to see if there's something that might work. So I'm wondering if I could ask Council to postpone this right now before we take a step.
Yep, go ahead.
Excuse me, questions through the chair to Councillor Shuken. So Wooten Road goes right to the bluff, so whereabouts on Wooten Road were you thinking?
Yeah, that I'm not sure. I had originally thought it was along the cliff edge, and that's where our thinking was. And so I talked to Mr. Coburn on Thursday, and he was saying no on Wooten Road. So, yeah.
If it's okay with council, let's postpone this so we can get some more information.
Sure.
Okay. The master plan.
Thank you very much. I want to, on page 33, you have the work that was done by Mr. Jim Nan, who's a member of PTASK. He was asked by Ron Aubrey to have a look at what has happened to the projects within the 2009 Trails Master Plan, and this is Mr. Nan's assessment of what has been done, what has been looked at and either actioned or deemed unfeasible, and what is in progress right now. And again, we've had lengthy discussions about Duke Road East. It's 14 on the list. It shouldn't be actioned because it's so low in a priority. Well, no, the reality is it's bumped up in terms of priority as things have been done or deemed unfeasible. So anyways, it's here now. But this work was done not specific to Duke Road East, but more so the work ongoing to update the Trails Master Plan. So, and I would move receipt of this.
Okay. This is moved by Councillor Shuken, seconded by Councillor Gray. Did you want to speak further to this, Councillor Shuken? No?
No.
Councillor Gray?
Yeah, just a point to make it, that I would like it if we could provide this to the consultants who are preparing the active transportation plan.
Yeah.
When I read it, I can see some trails probably wouldn't be done, but if we're planning on spending money now, some of these might not have been feasible, as I see, because of ditches or steep and winding. Well, Duke Road, as an example, that's what it may be that these should be looked at in the context of having some more finances available.
Yeah, I believe.
Just to share it.
Yeah, for sure. I think we have a member who's plugged into the active transportation process. I'll make sure that he knows to move this on to, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Johnson.
Again, a question through the chair to Councillor Shuken. Number 7, Glen Forest Way, Paris Road subdivision. The comment about Glen Forest Way, Sundance Drive, and Paris Road provide connections through Saddleback neighborhood. The area currently has a number of undeveloped trail allowances. There's considerable private property acquisition involved, and the curbs in the roads limit visibility. There are 2 dedicated trails in that subdivision, and then on the outskirts there's others that are a little harder to get. But the 2 that we do have, one joins the High Mount and Saddleback neighborhoods. There's no sign up. There is some imposition from some neighbors that the district had done a survey a number of years ago, so we've already spent $3,000 on a survey that we have not acted on. So I would like for us at some point in the near future, within a year or two, to maybe revisit that and do a boundary adjustment with those neighbors, because one of them's significant. It's a rock wall with a in-ground pool. The other one, not so much. It's more of a dog kennel thing. Excuse me. And that connects neighborhoods. Glen Forest Way is very hard to traverse now because there's the ditch, and then more paving has shrunken any kind of roadside trail opportunity. The other one is the corner of, Saddleback to, is it Saddleback or Stirrup? There's a Saddleback Pears loop to the mid part of Saddleback. It goes behind, it's right at the intersection, it goes behind a residence and comes back out sort of midway of Saddleback, which probably is a little closer to then connecting Saddleback to Highmount. So again, it's a nice loop. So I haven't actually walked on that one, but there is a trail there.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if PTAS has been up there anytime recently, so I don't know if it's overgrown.
Yeah, I have a feeling no.
But just that part of Metchosin isn't, there's a lot of people that live in the area, but those are two that we could probably enhance a little bit more.
I think it would be a great idea to connect with a few members of PTASC and the Trails Coordinator, and for you to point these out. Because I think you're right, there's not been a lot of attention up in this area, and there's some resources that we should be able to have access to, and trail resources. So.
And I'm happy to see it's still on the docket, so thank you for that.
Okay. Okay, call the question on receipt. All in favor? Opposed, carried. And then the Duke Road feasibility.
Thank you very much. I think it was at the June 10th meeting that Councillor Gray had raised the fact that we had the feasibility assessment to council, and then it was referred back to PTASC, which, looking back, I have to say it's kind of silly, even though my name is on the person who put it forward. So I brought this back just to tie off the loose end. This is essentially the same assessment that we did in February of 2024. So that's an error there, but and very little has changed. The only thing we updated was the fact that there will be the active transportation process is underway. The speed limit on Duke Road East has now been moved to 40. But the big thing is that there is going to be a community input session on Wednesday, July 31st. Okay. And we will be doing a mail out that should go out tomorrow to inform residents. We will post that notice on the fire hall side as well. I suspect it will be posted on Facebook, and there's always there's a good communication channel out there for residents and community members especially. So that will be held, and that is at the direction of council as well, prior to the survey being undertaken. So, thank you.
Okay. And then you have...
Well, I just wanted to ask a question, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, through the chair to Councillor Shuken, the public consultation that will occur, what would its purpose be? Is it for residents to suggest where they think the trail should go, or is it a question of this is their top priority compared to other trails, or what's the object?
So the object is to share the information that we have collected to date, both the input from the public, but also to talk about where we're considering the trail. So it's sharing information and getting input. But to be honest with you, I feel like this is a bit premature because we're going to have more information once we do the survey. So, and we've also said that we would do another session after the survey is completed. So it's to share information and collect views. Yeah. We've heard support, but I have to say we've also heard a few people not in support of the trail. We've now been talking about this for about a year, and this is just another check-in before we take that extra step. So, thanks.
Yeah, my concern is that people will come and say, well, they don't favor a trail, but that isn't really what this is about. This is about where the location and sharing information.
Yeah.
Because, so we won't get input presumably on whether it's a positive or negative in the community, which we've heard different views. I had a different question, which was...
Actually, I think everybody is welcome to, since it's a public meeting, everybody is welcome to give their opinion at that meeting.
Well, and I think we will get input on as to whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. But
I guess it's not a meeting, but is it a meeting?
It'll be a special planning meeting, right?
No, it is run by PTASC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so what will happen, we're still working on the format right now, but it will involve a slide presentation, again, showing the route, showing some of the rationale for it, and we'll likely have some active transportation elements as well. And once we have this short presentation, we'll open the floor for input. So.
The other questions I had related to the question on page 41, at the very bottom there, per normal practice, the trail construction be led by PTASC, supported by public works volunteers and where necessary, donated materials. That seems sensible to me for phase 1 of the trail. But when you get to phase 3 of the trail, presumably this is going to be done by an engineering firm with, it won't be PTASC in charge anymore if we decide to invest a significant amount of money in putting up the structures to hold the wall and hold the trail and hold the road and the ravines. So I just want to be clear that while this report's come to us, we haven't adopted it per se, and I think it really would be up for an engineering firm or our engineers to take charge of that phase of the trail, given the nature of it. And then the other question I had was, even on phase 1, so I had some feedback from residents about phase 1. They say if you just put a trail in there, it's going to turn out poorly. So I think it would be worth having an engineer assist in phase 1 as well, just to be sure we don't do all that work and then have a trail that's gets flooded and mushy, and like the trail along the Chosin Road, which is a similar circumstance. So I just want to be sure that we do involve staff and the engineers are involved in phase 1, but are in charge in phase 3 if we ever get that far.
Yeah.
Councillor Donaldson?
Yeah, I think just turning the page, it does say that the construction plan and schedule for each phase would be reviewed and approved by district staff. So that's probably a good starting point right there. It covers, because each one's going to be different. So clearly it'll be observed and different each time. So staff is involved.
Right, I just, going beyond approval of the engineer, in fact, once we engage construction companies and things like that, it really would be up to staff to be running that. And then my third comment would be, I'd like to make a motion to that effect, that council asked the CAO to seek the advice from district engineers to provide council an order of magnitude cost estimate for completion of the Duke Road East Trail. And if we could get that, then we'd know what we're talking about, right? Mr. Hurley's done this in the past for us. He goes and takes a look at something and tells us that's going to be roughly this amount of money. We've got a bit of a disagreement in terms of the costs, and I think if we could just have our engineers take a look and let us know, that would be a big help for that open house.
Councillor Bonser?
Through the chair to Councillor Shuken, would the consultants be bringing some of this information forward as to what we can and can't do and that sort of thing? Do we want to get an engineer in place now, or do we want to find out what we're getting in active transportation?
I'm not supporting this motion or seconding it. I think the most prudent thing to do right now is to get the survey done, understand what the route is, and then what Councillor Gray is proposing is probably wise. But I think there's some work that we've set off on, and I think that would be a good base of information too. Yeah.
The motion is with regard to timing. I thought you get the survey, then let's get a cost, just so we have an idea, order of magnitude cost.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Epp. So the phase 1, there are merits of phase 1 apart from going all the way to the top of Duke Road. I mean, it does connect and provide safe passage to Chapel Heights. So there are merits in that original phase one. So I'm not in favor of impeding that. I think we really need the survey. We really need the survey, which will inform us in the future.
This isn't to stop the survey. In fact, I expect would follow the survey. Get the survey done, have our engineer take a look, give us a magnitude of cost, just to help with the, I'm afraid we're going to go to a public consultation phase now and say, oh, we don't really know how much it will cost. It's a lot of money, or maybe it's a little bit of money, just to get the sense of what it is. So I don't think it hurts. It's simply thinking when we drive over, take a look at it, just as Mr. Hurtley had done in the past.
Councillor, did you want to talk?
Yeah, I agree. I think phase one is realistic, but I think that the other is probably going to be extremely costly. I think before we continue further, we really should find out how, even a ballpark figure about how much it's going to cost. And yes, it will come up during the active transportation plan, but if we can get those costs, I think that would be a good idea.
Okay. Does anybody else wish to speak to this? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor? All those opposed? That motion fails. Okay, and Councillor Shukin, did you want to speak to the Lombard Poplar communication plan?
Yes. Sorry.
Page 45.
One thing, if I could ask, I would like to make a motion for council to receive the Duke Road East feasibility assessment per the January 11th, 2024.
Okay, that's moved received by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Any comments? All in favor? Opposed? Nobody opposed. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. The Lombardy Poplar Communication Plan, this was something that council asked for. It's presented here as a simple outline of some steps that we should take. It doesn't have to exclude any good ideas that might otherwise come. I wanted to bring it to this meeting because one of the big steps that's recommended here is to do an article in the Metchosin News, and the deadline for that would be for the September issue would be August 15th, as we all know, and the issue after that is October. And again, from there, it's got a basic outline of simply information sharing, any support that we can offer for legacy or commemoration issues, ongoing updates, and then engagement on what's next. And so much of this work will also unfold as we take those steps. But yeah,
okay.
So.
Okay, good. So you're moving receipt?
Well, I'd like to move adoption of the plan so we can actually move along
forward.
some of the things and know that we've done this.
Yeah. Everybody's read it, presumably. So that's moved adopted by Councillor Shukin. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Comments? I like this in terms of we're going to have a lot of communication with the public since those trees are very well loved. There's some misinformation out in the community, as you've experienced, that we're widening the road. The road is not going to be widened. So I think the article, are you proposing to read it before
I'd be
August
happy
14th?
to do that.
That'd be great. And with all of those points in there, Councillor Gray and Councillor Shukin. Or sorry, Councillor Gray and then Councillor Donaldson.
I just want to say I've heard from a few residents with the idea that we let the trees grow back for now, and then just see what once we cut them down, rather than removing all the roots and all of that. And that the idea there is that, as we know, the trees can grow back readily. Excuse me. And if we train them to a single leader, we'll see what happens. Guessing that they could at least grow another 10 years before someone would need to do something about it. In other words, cut them down for the danger, which is the reliability we're facing, but then leave them be, except for the pruning, no risk to anyone, and then just see over the next decade what goes on. And they may need to be cut again. That would retain the Lombard feel and elements there, without danger to the public. So I just want to mention it today because as people writing articles, I think it is a reasonable option, not the only option, but not an unreasonable option that might help address some of the concerns in the community about the heritage value of the trees. I'm understanding that the funguses will grow back and there'll be more problems, but just the idea to give it some time and see how things grow.
I think I did ask that question of the arborist when we were on site, and he didn't recommend that. And I can't remember why. It was a question of where they were going to be cut to allow for regrowth, because there was considerable decay even at the bottom. And so whether it would be successful if you cut below the decay or not, I don't know.
I think his response, if I recall correctly, was that, well, they'll grow back and they'll fall down again. In other words, they present a danger. So just in conversation with some residents, it seemed, well, why not allow them to go that far and just assess it at that time? So not taking away from the recommendation of the arborist, but rather not needing to take all the roots out at this particular moment. It's an idea. I'm not pushing
We
it.
could even cut them and then wait for 1 or 2 years. Go to Councillor Happ.
Yeah, right after our last meeting, I had a call from John Tipton, whose grandfather, I guess it was, actually planted those trees originally. And he was quite concerned about it, obviously. But we spoke about it, and I mean, it was much like Councillor Gray said, it was like allowing, the suckers to grow up, be spaced out and pruned appropriately, and just so that the trees did still keep growing. But again, I mean, we know the arborists said they probably wouldn't be as healthy as the originals, but at the same time, if they're checked and pruned, then at least they would still be there. Plus, it would, and then we would avoid the cost of digging out the roots, which would be really substantial. And he was quite happy with that option.
And I recall hearing something very similar to Councillor App, that if you leave the roots in there, the chances are what comes, the new stems, aren't going to be as healthy. I mean, I'm prepared to entertain, continuing with the Lombards, given the historic nature of the drive. But whether we do it afresh or whether we let them grow or whether there's a better idea, I think there's further discussion to take place. But
Well, perhaps you could outline that in your article, that one consideration could be to cut them at a certain level and let the suckers grow.
Okay. I will work on that, and I'll send a draft to everybody.
Okay.
And,
So we still have a motion on the table, and that motion was to adopt this communication plan. That doesn't preclude the
introduction of new ideas.
introduction of new ideas, or introduction of cutting and letting it grow and observing for a couple of years, right?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Or even new ideas for communication.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe.
Okay. Good. I applaud you for wanting to have the communication with the community.
Great. Thanks.
Okay. So I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed?
Great.
Carried. Great. Thank you. Councilor Donaldson, on page 47, we have business arising from the July 15th meeting. Or sorry, July 9th meeting.
So this is a motion for us to, that council requests Maryville to draft letters to the Honorable George Heyman, Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy, and Honorable Pam Alexis of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food regarding the need for increased conservation services and advocating for farmers and producers. And that the draft letters be provided to the Agricultural Advisory Select Committee and the Metchosin Environmental Advisory Select Committee for review and input.
Okay. This is moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor, are you seconding it?
I'll second it, and I'd like to move an amendment.
Seconded by Councillor Gray. Did you want to motivate Councillor Donaldson? Discuss it further.
The only other thing that I was wondering is if we would include the wildlife branch, or whoever it was that
So
Mr. Morris said.
that is included in the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy. That's within that portfolio. Councillor Gray.
Yeah, I'd like to move an amendment just to add the sentence at the end of the motion as it's currently written, and that the final draft be reviewed by council for approval.
moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Epp, to have the final draft approved by council. Okay.
And motivate that, just to say that it may get confusing with both advisory committees involved in council, and just to give a hand, if we take a look at it, we can settle it up. It's been a little bit of a controversial item, and I think it would be a good process.
Okay, so we're going to have council review it and then send it to the MEASC and advisory and then send it back to council is what you're proposing?
I think you had offered to draft the letter personally, then it would go to the Ag Committee, to MEASC, get some input, redraft, and bring us the final draft.
I was thinking of drafting the letter, sending it to council, then sending it to MEASC and the Agriculture Advisory Select Committee.
Right. Well, I guess I'm imagining that we should see it after the Ag Committee and MEASC offer their input and changes.
Mr. Payette, did you want to comment?
If we wanted to get it to before UBCM, we don't have any council meetings in August, so can we do it by email? That would be quicker, like secretary.
Yeah. Well, with that timeline, I don't think we'll be able to get it by UBCM. It's too late for any resolutions as well. Okay, so what you want me to do is draft the letter, send it to the advisory select committees, then send it back to council. It seems like a lot of work for one letter. It seems better to me to get all changes from council and input from council first, and then send it to the advisory select committee.
Meaning you intend to ignore the advisory committee's input? What would you do with it, I wonder? So we review, well, anyway, my amendment is simply a final draft come to council for approval. How you do how you read the earlier part of the motion will be up to you.
Councillor Schuker.
Mayor Little, yeah, I don't mind this idea, and I think given the nature of it, it might be good to make sure that council is good with the input that's come, and if we can do it by email, that works. Great.
Yeah, I'm going to turn to our deputy corporate officer. Is this okay if I do it that way? Draft the letter, send it to the advisory committee, collate the information, then send it to council? No, I didn't think so. So we're going to have to bring the draft from my original letter with MEASC and the advisory or agriculture advisory back to a council meeting. Yeah.
Should go to the committees during the meeting and then come back to the council meeting.
Okay, go ahead.
I sense that, I don't know if there are any advisory committee meetings in the month of August, so it's still going to take some time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's okay.
So, okay.
Okay, so then let's vote on the amendment first, which is to send it back to council. That's fine. All in favor? Opposed? Okay. And then on the main motion, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. And next we have reports for action. This is on page 49. We have a letter from Mr. Payette regarding the District of Chosen Respectful Workplace Policy. Shall I just take this? Yeah. So we've seen the District of Chosen Respectful Workplace Policy a number of times. There is track changes that you've had an opportunity to review here. I guess one of the main things that is involved in the changes is volunteers are no longer required to sign, that they have understood the document that's limited to council and staff. But committee members will see it. It will be attached when we change the terms of reference that will be embedded in there, that committee members will be made aware of that respectful workplace policy. And with that, we've got options for the committee to consider on page 50. Does anybody want to move a recommendation or comment?
Just have one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, council signs this, and did you say staff signs this too?
Yes, staff signs it as well. Yeah. Yeah, Councilor Schuker.
So, Mayor Little, thank you very much, and I'm willing to go with option one. I can make that motion in a moment. I think this is wonderful work, and I very much, I'm fine with the advisory committee members not signing. However, I think it's really important that they understand that the policy does apply to them, especially the advisory committees. They are an arm of council, but I think the way it's done here is effective. And yeah, I'm willing to move this. The one thing I just want to mention, very small point, if you look at the definition of volunteer and advisory body, I forget the page they're on, just in the definitions, the use of capitals is a bit different in each section, so that can be made consistent, but otherwise, I would make a motion that council approve the proposed amendments to policy A100.41, District of Metchosin Respectful Workplace Policy as presented, and direct staff to bring forward an amendment to the Advisory Select Committee bylaw number 493.
Okay, this is moved by Councillor Schuken, seconded by Councillor Epp. Comments? Councillor Gray.
Sure, I have a few comments. I too appreciate the work done by staff here. One was the notion, I think it would be the definition of employee and volunteers excludes the volunteer firefighters. There's a note, Metchosin Fire Department has their own respectful workplace policy. And I guess, okay, we should probably look at that policy if we're looking at this one at another date to see what it says and if there's any changes needed to it to bring it up to the standard of this document. So I'd maybe leave that as a note in the minutes just to say that we could do that in the future. The other thing is I think that if we do adhere to that, then we need to have a clause that excludes the firefighters specifically. So it's not enough just not to name them, but they all are volunteers, so they would be included automatically. So you're going to need a statement to say they are to be excluded in the document. At point 7.0, annual review and training, I just wanted to get some clarity perhaps from staff. Contractors conducting business with the district will be provided with this policy upon execution of agreements. I think it should form part of a contract. In other words, this behavior is required as part of a contract, rather than simply you can read this policy. I don't know that it would apply to them unless they had contracted to do so. But I could get some advice on that, or if that change was needed, that could be made. And I think my last one was on page, the remedial actions. And this is something that I think we heard from Mark Atherton before. We need to apply things to make sure we've got consideration for the different types of people who are covered. So a remedial action under number 9 might be termination of a contract. We have termination of an employee, but we don't have termination of a contract. So we have a contractor that doesn't behave properly, we need the authority to terminate a contract. The next one be what happens on the advisory committees. Well, I guess removal from an advisory committee. So those are two things are missing. If we're going to have an ultimate penalty for an employee, we should have ultimate penalties for the others as well. And then finally, I would say I expect if we pass this tonight, we will see the corollary changes to the advisory committee advisory select committee terms of reference at a future date.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Okay, Councillor Donaldson.
Yes, I just want to include a point that Councillor Gray had said about the fire department, to not disclude the EOC, because those are volunteers that work with the community as well. Yeah, at representing our community.
Okay. and they're not covered under that fireplace or fire department?
I don't know.
Okay.
That would be something to look at.
Anybody else have any comments?
Well, just we heard from Mr. Atherton tonight, and I wondered if there were anything particular that he had offered this evening that we should be including. I think his drive was to switch up entirely to a different document, which I don't see us pursuing because we've seen that this one has moved along and dealt with many of the points that he had raised earlier. Are we missing anything there that anyone can remember?
Many of his points were included in here already. I don't think we're going to go back and go to the one-page workplace recommendations that he referred to.
Thank you.
I wonder if we could amend the motion to say, just to build in the further revisions discussed. And then,
Okay, what's your amendment? Say it again.
well, it would just simply be that, that council approve the proposed amendments to policy 141, Machosen respectful workplace policy, per the amendments discussed, per the revisions discussed, and direct staff to bring forward an amendment to the advisory select committee bylaw number 493.
Okay. I think we could consider that a friendly amendment, and since you put forward the motion, I think that's fine.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. Thank you very much, everybody. And then on page 85, we have replacement of electric rooftop heating system at the chosen school. Could I ask CAO Payette to come to the microphone?
Okay. Okay, thank you through the chair. So the heating unit on top of the gym is 50 years old. This is a pretty straightforward request here. Needs to be replaced. We're recommending that we replace it with a high efficiency unit, something like one of these, only quite a bit larger. And we can utilize the Climate Action Plan program funding, and it fits in with the Climate Action Plan that we have, Part 3, identifying buildings as an area of focus to increase energy efficiency, so that fits nicely. We were only able to find one company to give us a quote, but they gave us 2 quotes, so that's good. There's a bit of a time crunch here to get it in before winter, so we're proposing to take the Keep Right RTU unit for $29,000 and utilizing the Climate Action Fund for that expense.
Okay.
That's the recommendation.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Payette? Go ahead, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Payette, when I did a tour there in the spring, it was pretty clear that the 3 exterior doors you can see daylight through. So we're going to be putting in a new unit that's going to be efficient. Could we get some appropriate weather stripping for those doors, please? If it hasn't been done, it might have been already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Councillor Epp, did you want to read the motion?
Move that council approve funding in the amount of $28,995 for the purchase of a Keep Right RTU unit for the replacement of the heating system in the Machosen School Gymnasium, and that funds come from the local government Climate Action Reserve Fund.
This is moved by Councillor Epp, seconded by Councillor Gray. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Payette? No? I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Mayor Little?
Yeah.
I'd like to move that we enable the meeting to be extended past 10 p.m.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the next we have on page 89. This is also for Mr. Payette. It's a proposal for the main entrance to the village square at the Machosen School. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks again. So this top cover report is a little trickier. That council had asked staff to look at the proposal from the previous council meeting, and that's provided there as information. So I'll summarize our thoughts. Is that the village square, that area of the building is in need of tender loving care as it is. So our thought is that if the society is willing to fundraise, that maybe that's not a bad idea to get that area cleaned up. So we would work with the society in terms of safety and work through that process. So we would support that. And it's a good community organic type of initiative that people can be part of. The other option would be that we would take that on, cost municipality funding, and we'd have to do it regardless because it's getting to be a state of unsafe situation. The front entrance, so this one is a little bit more interesting to tackle from, an options analysis. So what I propose is a 3-phase approach for the front entrance. And this 3-phase approach, if we launch into it, council would basically be agreeing to the concept of front entrance. So I'm just putting that on the table. So phase 1 would be to hire an architect, and through that process we would develop a project budget for the 2025 budget process. And 2 is construct the front entrance, and phase 3 would be to construct a suitable hallway and office space to, based on architectural designs. So, if you flip the page over, a couple of comments are to this effect, is that the preschool has some funding available currently, and I'm not sure when it expires, but I'm guessing this is a this year type of funding that could go towards the door that they would like into the front entrance of that space. And so we could utilize that funding.
Is that 15 to 20,000?
Yeah, I think it's 17. But yeah,
page 9.
I don't know exactly how much it is, but I think I heard 17 might be in the report.
17,000, just at the top of page 90.
15?
17,000.
Oh, 17. Okay, good. Excellent. And so then the idea would be to bring up the process through the 2025 budget for the overall concept. And that will give us time to have, a significant review of it all and the designs. I would propose for the exterior master planning kind of initiative, how it would flow, the entrance, access to the building, and then the space around the school, so the playing fields, the parking lot, and even to the point about the safety at the 3 intersection there, which is ridiculous. I agree. I would engage with, or recommend that we engage with Healthy Communities Advisory Select Committee to take the lead on this master planning idea. I'm putting that out there. That would give council lots of public engagement, fulsome reviews, lots of input, and it would help move it along quicker. My capacity to do it is limited, to get it, to a point where we could look at the budget. I don't even know if I can meet that target personally, but if we had the committee involved, I think we could maybe meet that target.
I'm sorry, Mr. Question for Mr. Pyatt. What is it? I'm sorry, I missed this. what would be given over to Healthy Communities? What process?
Like kind of an idea of the outdoor space and how
Okay.
it would flow with the indoor space, sort of a master planning process.
Okay, gotcha.
So to the chair, master planning of the village square.
And the sports fields and the parking lot.
Well, maybe we could, I don't think that's on our priority list for this year. We went to the trouble of putting the priorities together. I could read them, but we don't have a master plan.
Okay, I'll just finish and then
Why don't
you
you
guys
stick
can
to the
debate
top?
if you like. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So yeah, then you can talk about it, but so to launch, the process, the recommendation is the council approve the front entrance concept first of all, and the three-phase approach, and direct staff to hire an architect consultant at not more than $20,000 using our available reserves.
Okay.
Okay. And I can answer questions. I just wanted to get through that.
Do you want to ask a question?
I have quite a bit I'd like to talk about.
Could what?
I have quite a bit I would like to input
Okay.
on.
Councillor F, did you want to put this motion on the floor?
Yes, I would move the recommendation. The council approve the front entrance concept with the three-phase approach and direct staff to hire an architect consultant at not more than $20,000 using the gas tax reserve.
I'll second.
Okay. Moved by Councillor F, seconded by Councillor Schuken. Anybody else wish to talk about this? Councillor F or Schuken? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's great that we are finally moving ahead. I think it's really important to get this started right now because the grant that the preschool has may disappear or be difficult for them to use. And excuse me, and just the fact that school's been sort of languishing, we do a bit here and a bit there. And I think the entrance is something that is needed. The society came to us with a plan and an offer of money, an offer of volunteers, an offer of supplies. And I think that it's important to make use of that, which will save a lot of money and time down the road. I think the idea of having the Healthy Communities take over some of the planning, this is not an immediate thing. It's not probably this year. It would be going forward, that it would be a way, just like MEASC does their climate, plan, and PTASC does the trails master plan. I think the Healthy Communities could work on the school grounds and help work with the society in particular and with staff to move that forward. As far as what was brought up by a resident earlier about the kind of the boondoggle that's around that village core with the traffic and the people, is that is something that we're really hoping that the active transportation plan will address when it's done. And we've worked with the CAO and with Public Works, and there is going to be a crosswalk put in, is it this week probably, or this week or next week when the line painting is done, and the crosswalk is going to be just beside the driveway to the broken paddle going across to where the oak trees are. So it kind of covers both sides, both the parking lot side and the Maca side. And there's still going to be people jaywalk, I'm sure, but at least there will be a crosswalk there that should help with safety.
Okay. Councillor Schuken?
Thank you. I echo many of the thoughts that Councillor Epp has raised, and I think it'd be wonderful to move ahead with the square and to begin enhancing the school. And I don't want to lose sight that we have to continue looking for new tenants and more use to increase the financial sustainability of the school. One thing I would ask is maybe we could bring back the planning aspect to a later meeting, because I think that's incredibly complicated. Not to take anything away from Healthy Communities, but if you're looking at traffic flow, use of fields, parking, it's a really involved process and involving many stakeholders. So I think it'd be interesting to talk about how to do that, particularly in light of the Village Square. I think those folks and staff have a good connection now, and I think that should proceed. But the broader planning, I think it'd be neat for us to have further discussion on that.
Okay.
So,
Okay, Councilor Dawson.
Well, thank you. So I've been involved with this project since 2017. So bear with me because I got a little bit of history, and I've worked quite closely with Shannon on this as well. So in 2017, the district purchased the schools. So this project is not 10 years in the making. That was someone's idea of it wanting to happen. And so a gathering space was brought to health communities, which I sat on for 4 years. During this time, we were successful in getting a $30,000 grant from BC Alliance. It was a shared grant, BC Alliance, BC Healthy Communities, and the government of BC. It was RC Strategies who we hired to do the consultation with the public, and this went on for well over a year. And we also hired a company called Land Story, and they did some conceptual drawings, which I printed off in black and white here. And in those drawings, which are on our website, it shows the phase in. And when we did the PowerPoint presentation to council of the day, it was a little overwhelming for people. And one of the things that I said was, it doesn't need to be another Chemainus. We can take things from this, we can leave things out. So there's things that can be extrapolated. And some of you may realize or remember that before this most recent presentation, there was one about 2021, I think, when we were both on council, where Shannon and friends had come together. They wanted to do it on the tarmac between Maffat and the bus stop, and it never got embraced. So now it's been moved over to this spot. I have a really serious concern with the safety aspect, because we've got children coming out into a parking lot. We have the ability, this came up a couple months ago about an exterior door for the preschool, and we talked about having the children going down the hallway to the exterior door to the playfield. They would be escorted anyways because they're preschool age. In the concept drawings, there were very welcoming setups of what you could do for an entrance out that way. The one thing that is missing, and is in the staff report here that Mr. Payette just spoke about, is signage, and it is something that I had actually mentioned during the budget process when we were talking about surplus and stuff. We've already got the start of some really fancy artistic signs throughout the community. One of them just down the hill here, that was a project, again, that Health Communities and I worked on. It would be nice to incorporate that every weekend that we have a market or Festivus, which is in a parking lot and not in a field. We have traffic congestion. People come from outside of our community. They want to come to Metchosen's destination. We have a lot to offer, but they don't know where to park safely. On 4 occasions since the public came to us and were concerned about roadside trails being parked on, just across from the cafe, down from the community hall. We put $45,000 into a roadside trail over here. It's a parking lot, not a roadside trail. We really have to mitigate the safety in this whole corridor. And to have children coming out into a parking lot, I'm a little concerned about that. I'd rather see an entrance to the side of the building with some very nice wayfinding signage that people know that's where you go. I don't believe coming out where there's a drinking establishment. There's a lack of accessibility right now. There's no ramps. We do an accessibility tour. The chief, the CAO, Mr. McPherson, Mike from the community house. So there's many components that are missing, and I actually will not support what's written here, because I just think we really need to think this through in a safety factor. I do believe there's a great way of coming into this building, but I don't think coming through a parking lot is a good idea.
Okay. Councillor
Yeah, well, I think there is an accessibility component of the entrance, so that is being looked after. And there's going to be, from what the plan, as I recall it, you know, there's planters or whatever, there's somewhat of a divider so that the kids come out of there. I mean, obviously they're going to be escorted anyway, because parents at preschool usually meet the kids at the door. and walk them out. And I think that, you know, as we look at, as Public Works looks at the parking around there, I mean, that's one thing that's going to be, you know, taken into consideration. But anyway, yeah.
I agree. The day that we were doing the accessibility tour, the parking lot, the hub hadn't even really opened, and there were a lot of cars. So when it's pickup time, I don't know where the drop-off and pickup point is going to be. There was an empty parking lot in front of the field. It just seems natural that kids can go out, run around the field, burn off a little bit, get in cars and leave, and not be where the businesses are. We still need to, the building is vacant. We have put in an incredible amount of money, $1 million to renovate, $30,000 for this grant. We have had presentations, Lance Story gave us a lot to work with. Mr. Chris Core, we paid him over $50,000 and $80,000, and we're not doing anything except hiring more people. We really need to look at this more in a fiscally responsible manner, I think, and one thing at a time. As the CAO said, the capacity to manage this, I think if we did it much, much smaller and think about the safety aspect and how we can move through this building that's been nicely renovated and start. We'll find out later on in the agenda that West Shore is looking for satellite places. They could be a tenant in some respect for the gym as well. Anyways, those are some thoughts. It's just a lot of money that we just keep putting out. And in the budget this year, it's just under $200,000 that we're subsidizing the building. I'm quite concerned about the fiscal part of it.
I haven't had a conversation with the preschool people that are running the preschool, which entrance they are going to be using. Mr. Payette, do you know which entrance exit the preschoolers will be using as they egress from the building?
Yeah, through the chair, the interim entrance will be through the Mecca doors, and then they'll just loop around through the fire break doors and into the classroom. That's their plan currently.
Okay. And then in reverse. So that
they could use, like Councillor Johnson's saying, they could also use the doors that face the soccer field. Basically, it's up to them really. They're both available, so I'm not sure why they're choosing which door, but either way we can accommodate. So, yeah.
Okay, Councillor,
could we encourage them to use the other? I know it's a little bit longer, and I know I circulated this morning to those of you who have Facebook, but Shannon had posted actually on the Metchosin Village Square Facebook page of some fun little steps and stuff, just to sort of find their way through things. And I think if we encourage safety with young people, we will grow safety with them. The congestion in those parking lots is pretty serious.
It seems like a good idea to encourage the preschool to egress out into the field. Yeah, go ahead.
I think the idea of having the entrance there was so that there could be a medium point where for people to enter to go to MACA or the art pod and to go to the gym and also to access the various classrooms. But I'm wondering for you, Mr. Payette, if the preschool, as I understand it, their plan was to have a door right there, like kind of where this entrance is planned. And have you spoken to them about this plan that's here and how they feel about that?
I haven't personally discussed it with those users, but I believe they discussed it with Shannon.
Because they were going to put the door there when they were just going to put the door in. They wanted it there, right?
They're asking to put a door there.
The door there.
Correct.
Yeah.
But clearly it doesn't need to be there if they can operate without it and use other doors, right? Then I don't know the license. It's their license. They're the expert on the license, but if they can operate through the other doors to get started, I'm not sure why the imminent door has to be done, but I haven't talked to them directly.
Councillor Grant?
Just a question for Mr. Payette, through the chair. the $20,000 or up to $20,000 for an architect plan, that's for the doorway and the Village Square project, it's the entire piece?
Hallway and
Yeah.
building codes and the fire alarm.
But and the Village Square, that,
Not the outside.
Not the
Just
outside,
architect to build.
no, not the outside
Not the outside.
landscaping.
okay,
That was gonna be just that local
Thank
organically done, yeah.
yeah. Great. Well, maybe I would just say, what strikes me is the cost for the architect is strikingly different than the numbers provided by the society. So they suggested we could, get a contract for $3,000, and now we're talking up to $20,000. So that makes me pause about what do the other numbers mean and how close are they to reality? And I don't mean that in a harsh way to either Mr. Bayet or the society, but oops, we're missing by order of magnitude. So that's one thing, and so I hesitate then, start spending money without clarity. The other thing is that if I'm understanding properly, we might kick out, say, $20,000 for an architect, and then the plan would be that we'd have some kind of a financial plan, which I gather might vary quite a bit from the plan we see before us from the society. That's the purpose of having the architect to draw up those costs. And then we'll deal with that in the 2025 budget. So we're going to miss the $17,000 grant from the preschool that expires this year. So we're not in a place to actually get that money. Just to raise that issue here, the dollars are way bigger than what we heard the other day, and we're not going to access $17,000 that's needed to make the project happen. So that means additional outlay of dollars here. The other thing, I do really appreciate the Village Square proposal, by the way, and the volunteer effort, the money, the $22,000 of fundraising from the society to make the Village Square project happen. I do recognize that's an ambitious mark to meet. And then ongoing contributions of $10,000 per year in labor and cash from the society, but Mr. Pites already suggested that we build that into our own budget because likely it would fall to us in a future date. So there's another $10,000. So that all of that's got me a little bit concerned about launching into a new $20,000 expenditure. We're spending $187,000 in 2024 in our budget just to keep the school open. We have $75,000 already committed in our budget for other school renovations. And I wonder if we should reassign priorities within that 75. Maybe we can change that up rather than spending new money. And I'm wondering about that. And I know the report didn't deal with that, but it's the kind of questions that come to mind when I read the report. And I don't mean to be difficult or not collaborating on it, just these things are what come to my mind. That's the money side. If you could keep that thought for a second, I'll just jump to my other comment, which is the need for the doorway. I really appreciate that some very prominent members in our community are offering to put this thing in there and spending a lot of their money on it and not district money. And I find it really difficult then to say the next things. I find it really difficult, but I'm not certain about the advantage of having this door there. I didn't remember a mention of the doorway with the preschool, but if it was mentioned, there you go. The preschool's lease is for 1 year, and I thought that was because they want to figure out how long they're going to be there, does it work for them or not, and I'd like them to stay, but that's in the air too, I guess. We'd earlier raised the expense of if they do stay, we're going to probably need to change the newly renovated bathrooms to put in, toilet seats that match preschoolers and change the wash counters. And so what's the priority for all of those costs, which I think we could absorb, but I'm just putting them out there as more money. And what I'm reading in the document and the proposal is that once we get the entryway in there, then that's going to garner gym rentals. Well, is it? If people are interested in the gym, they could be asking us now about it, or we could advertise it and say, look, it's available. I would think it would be a lot less cost to put a big sign on the one door that's leading right from beside the Mile Zero, a big sign up there, and that's the entrance to the school and to the preschool and to the gym, and people just go down that hallway. So I'm thinking about the taxpayers at the moment, not about the good ideas, lots of good ideas. But I'm just saying, we throw a sign up there, that becomes the entranceway, it's straight through to the gym, it's down the hall and to the right to the preschool. Those are my thoughts.
Can I just maybe add a little bit of context as well?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Okay, so through the chair, the cost of the architect, we're not 100% sure exactly what it will be, but we know that because it's not a Part 9 building, it's greater than a Part 9 building, so we can't use a design technician, and design technicians can maybe be $3,000 or $5,000, but an architect is a little bit more advanced than that. So I don't want to be light on that cost. So it'll be up to $20,000. I would hope that it would come in maybe at 10, but because we're not actually aware of the zoning of the building, the fire code, the ventilation, when you put halls and walls in and doors, it changes the zoning specifications, and so that takes an architectural review, and it's not cheap. The building is old, it's been built on a couple of times. The HVAC system is a nightmare, as you know, and so any change to the ventilation system, the fire code, to more steps, all has to be reviewed, and it has to meet the code. And so, and we've, we're the bastions of the building code, so we have to be above reproach. Okay. As far as funding goes, the only difference is that in the operating budget, we're funding the operations of the building. The planning and studying from an architect we could take from a grant, so it's just two different pots of money, and so I just want to make that little difference. Okay.
Okay, Councilor Shuker.
Yeah, thank you. I'm beginning to rethink this a little bit, and particularly around the comments from Councillor Donaldson. And what comes to mind as Councillor Donaldson was talking about is almost Hans Helgeson. Like, I really love the Village Square idea. I love the idea of the entry. But it seems like the prime beneficiaries in the near term of an entrance is going to be the preschool. But yeah, and as I was thinking about like the traffic flow there, Hans Helgeson came to mind, and all the issues around traffic and getting kids back and forth. It does strike me that the safer entry and exit point is on the field side. So, excuse me, Mr. Pye might like, I wonder, I wonder if we could postpone a decision on this.
Okay,
Yeah.
for what reason?
Well, I'm not sure I have clear mental faculties to make an informed decision right now, and I think it even almost might be neat to do like a field visit with this in mind. We've been to the school many times, but I'm just wondering, keeping this in mind, what do we see?
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, a site visit, so Councilor Donaldson, would you be in favor of that and taking us through what your concerns are?
I would, and I would recommend that my colleagues pull out the land story drawings from the website and have a good look at those. There's some things that definitely won't fit, but there are other things that would. And even if we didn't have a fancy door entrance, we certainly could put out a nice pergola, that sort of thing. Especially if we want to have access to the gymnasium. We've got a nice big garage door there. We can start promoting conferences or whatever. There's a lot of inexpensive ways to do that, and Ann Taylor was very gracious on how we could change these things around. I've worked with Ann lots through scouting and stuff, and she even had other ideas over here. So this is just an example. This is definitely, and Shen's had many pictures that she's pulled together too. So there's a lot of creativity that could be a lot less expensive, but the safety factor is critical for the children. And even when we had Festivus, I don't even know, I have a hard time, to grasp why we're having a market in a parking lot. We've got a beautiful field there. the parking needs to be for vehicles, but that is almost a separate thing, sort of, but we're getting the lines in and we need to use it as a parking lot, not
Okay.
as
Okay, so what you're suggesting is we just postpone decision on this, we'll have a site visit, we'll have some more information, and perhaps we'll be able to visualize. I agree that this is an asset in the community. It is, when you drive up, you don't really know which entrance to go in. It would not be nice to have some kind of official entranceway. And I think what CEO Payette, he's looking to the future so that if we do have seats that we've purchased for the gymnasium, if ever we want to have some kind of an event where we need stage and seats along with the acoustics and the sound system. So what he's thinking about is maybe we're going to need an office for ticketing, that kind of thing. So, okay, so let's refer it.
If that works, I just wonder too if we might hear, if we're going to be considering this going forward, the list of the other items that we might pay for out of the gas tax, and then the $75,000 in capital school rentals for this year, a list of those things, so we could look, make a comparison. If those could be noted in the minutes, that would be helpful. And I just want to pick up on Councillor Shukin's point that a real priority here is to lease the commercial space.
Okay, Councillor Epp.
Just wanted to quickly add that we are getting $30,000 for 2 months lease from Elections BC this fall.
Will pickleball be allowed during that time?
No.
Wow.
They're okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to postpone a decision on this until the fall. So we have a motion on the table.
Have to withdraw?
You're going to withdraw the motion?
I do it very reluctantly because I'm really kind of upset that we're not going ahead with this.
Okay, so reluctantly withdrawn. Okay. Okay, let's move on to the next item then, which is the staff report on the Chosen Community Day Service Provider Agreement on page 111. Okay. CAO Payette. This is the MIABC Service Provider Agreement with the 2024 Chosen Community Day Committee.
Okay, I'll give this one a shot here as well through the chair. The Chosen Community Day is fast approaching. Second Sunday after the long weekend in September, I believe. The MIA, so Municipal Insurance Association, BC, they seem to be tightening the screws on us a bit on insurance here. And so we're bringing forward a solution to council to have that event insured so that we're covered for liability. And so there's three sort of discussion items here. The Chosen Community Day committee to become an established district committee or volunteer status under the district's liability protection agreement. Or the third item, which is the recommendation, is that the Chosen Community Day committee qualifies for association member status. Okay, so that's what we're recommending here. So association member is an MIA terminology. It's not one of our terminologies, so don't let that throw you off. It's not a new category here that we're coming up with. And so the way we would do that to make them an association member to satisfy the insurance company is we would do it through a service provider agreement. Okay, so there will be a document that we would produce. And so just below that are the steps to get to that juncture. So we would enter into a service provider agreement, obtain a council resolution, that's what we're doing tonight, and submit documents to MIA, signed documents by council resolution, and then there's a $350 fee. And so we're recommending that that will provide enough insurance for the day event. Some of the events of the day are horse-drawn buggy with hay in it, and there's a small digger, like a small excavator, as well, that the kids can play with. But it's in a contained area, and so I would include the contained area in the service agreement. There's a little glitch where there's a 5-kilometer run that's proposed today that is potentially a go, and so I have to get my head around ensuring that appropriately. So more to follow, but this is our recommendation. And is there any points other than $350, which I believe that would be funded by council? That should keep us in good stead with MIA. So, and most of the research was done by our corporate director Tina on this, and did a lot of work on the insurance part of it. Way more than other years. We're not sure why MIA is tightening the screws. Maybe because they have a new director and it's a different viewpoint. But this will keep us safe.
Okay. So the deputy court officer is recommending option 3, which is at the top of page 112, 112. Okay. Councillor Shukin.
Mayor Little, I would move that council approve the MIADC service provider agreement between the District of Metchosin and Metchosin Community Day Committee with the dates set out in the service provider agreement. So moved.
Okay. This is moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Comments? Questions? Go ahead.
I just had a question as to, can we do this every year, or I see the email from Vio Mitchell suggesting they're looking for other organizations maybe to take on the job of Metchosin Community Day. So just a question to staff, I guess, can we keep doing this, or do they need to make this organizational shift for other reasons?
Yeah, that's a good question. So just so people can hear me here, so we're going to work with Mrs. Mitchell. We've been talking about it and to see if they can work with another user group that already has a society and insurance. So I think that's the goal for the long-term goal. So this will get us through the year, and then we'll reconvene.
Okay, great. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. No opposed. Great. Moving on to page 121, we have the... We did. Yeah, we did. We're going past 10 o'clock. Okay, so this is the West Shore Parks and Recreation Capital Reserve Funds. This is a funding request for outdoor pickleball court construction projects. This is the recommendation is to approve the use of the General Capital Reserve to fund the construction of 6 outdoor pickleball courts adjacent to the existing tennis courts on the West Shore Parks and Recreation Society property. And so it would be, the request is to use up to $400,000 from their capital reserve fund. Councillor Donaldson, do you want to, you're our liaison to the West Shore Parks and Recreation, did you want to add anything to that on page 121?
No, I read both of these and it does cover it. It does explain our portion of this. It's only about 10,000.
No, that's the next one. That's the next one, yeah.
Sorry.
This is, so, yeah, I don't know what our proportion, it's from the reserve fund at the West Shore Parks and Recreation. Go ahead.
That's exactly what I was going to say, is just clarify, it's WSRP's reserve fund.
Yeah, it's not our Metchosin's, it's the reserve fund. Yeah. Okay, anybody have any comments or questions? Go ahead.
Do we need a motion to authorize this?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
And that's over here.
Yep. Do you want to go ahead?
Sure.
With that?
Sure. That the District of Metchosin approve the use of the General Capital Reserve to fund the construction of 6 outdoor pickleball courts adjacent to the existing tennis courts on the West Shore Parks and Recreation Society property located at 1767 Island Highway, Victoria, BC.
This is moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Schuken. Any other comments? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? No one opposed. And then we also have the West Shore Parks and Recreation staff report. This is a request for funding for the facilities master plan. This is to approve $140,000 funding for this, and as Councillor Donaldson pointed out, the portion that would come from a chosen is just over $10,000. This is for master planning. Okay, does anybody have any comments? Councillor Gray.
Do we have a source of money for this in our budget?
Councillor Donaldson. Councillor, CAO Pyatt. CAO Pyatt.
This is not in the operating budget, so, and it's a new request, so this would be grant funded. We can utilize the gas tax, now called the building fund, would be appropriate. And so it would be our portion of the overall recreation master plan, which I would support.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak? No? I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Gray opposed.
Did we have a motion?
No, we didn't make a motion.
Oh, yeah,
That was the other one.
Councillor, or was that the other one?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Can you go
Should I
ahead?
just put up my hand to ask if there's a motion?
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Donaldson.
The District of Metchosin support and approve the $140,000 funding request for the West Shore Regional Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan to be led by West Shore Parks and Recreation staff.
Okay. This is moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by,
This is, that's okay, but I think we're being asked to fund $10,070 from the gas tax, not the full $140,000.
No, that's right.
no, that's right.
But that's what we're motion.
Yeah, but that's what was requested of us, that motion. Yeah, with the understanding that we will be putting in $10,000.
Perhaps the motion could clarify that. I don't see the motion here.
It's
It's on your agenda, on page 2 of your agenda. Could I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor F.
So maybe we'll just ask the question, is it automatic then, the distribution probably?
As presented with the budget implications, yes.
I think we should be clear in the
So
motion.
too, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that,
Yeah.
but it's a big amount of money to kick
So
off.
Councillor Donaldson, we amend that to include a statement at the end with a portion of funding requested from a chosen of $10,070.
Sure.
To-
Say that then.
To be funded through the gas tax.
Through the gas tax.
Yeah. Or
Reserve.
to be taken from the gas tax.
Okay.
Yeah.
Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Schuken. Okay, anybody else wish to speak to that? Okay, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we have reports for information on page 125. We have the Chosen Building Inspection Department. Motion to receive.
Move receipt.
Moved by Councillor Epp, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have the District of Chosen Public Communication Report Statistics.
Receipt.
Moved by Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Schuken, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we have the monthly bylaw animal care services report on page 129 and 130.
Move receipt.
Moved by Councillor Schuken, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And now we have correspondence for action. Mr. Pyatt, we have on page 135, we have the 2034 Canada Community Building Fund Agreement. This is with UBCM and the district of Metchosin. So in order for us to receive our first payment of the CWF for 2024-2025, we need to sign this agreement, and this is letting council know about that. Did you want to add anything else to that? No? Okay. Go ahead.
I move council approve the 2024-2034 Canada Community Building Fund Agreement and authorize the Mayor and Chief Administrative Officer, Corporate Officer to execute the agreement on behalf of the District of Metchosin.
Okay, this is moved by Councillor Epp, second by Councillor Shuken. Questions? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And then on page of, I can't even see this. On page
165.
165, we have the CRD Arts and Cultural Support Services. This is regarding the CRD Arts and Culture annual impact report. It's just letting us know what they're doing. We are a subscriber to the arts program with the CRD. So there is a link here that you can see for their web pages, and this is just for your information. Okay. So move receipt. Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. So we have the bylaw sections. We have the Metchosin Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw 698, Metchosin Land Use Amendment Number 699, 4499 Meadfield Road. Okay, this is on page 167 of the council agenda. Everybody turn to that? Okay, so do we want to have comments, or should we have somebody move a motion, or what would you like to do?
I can move the motion, which I guess is the
Council consider third reading.
Yeah.
That's on page 3 of your agenda. It's there. Yeah.
All right, I move that council consider third reading and adoption of bylaw number 698.
Okay. This is moved by Councillor Epp, seconded by, does anybody want to second this? Sorry.
Can I just have the readings done individually? Third reading and then adoption.
Okay. Okay, so right now we're just doing the third reading of 698. Yeah. Okay. Is everybody clear about that? Okay. So I'll second that motion. Discussion. Councillor Epp, did you want to start?
Sure. Well, I am in favor of this application because of the ambiguity of the dual zoning. I think that's really unfortunate for the residents, and I don't believe that this is going to cause a maelstrom of development in the community. And so that is, I wouldn't normally vote to change an amendment to the OCP, but because of the dual zoning of that, I believe that this is one that we can make an exception of. You know, we have seen this site. The driveway is almost all on an existing roadway through there. Where the house site is, it's not a rock, it's not on a mountain, it's quite a reasonable house site. I just think it makes sense to approve this.
Okay. And I seconded it, so I'll also speak at this time. I agree with Councillor Epp's comments, and I do believe we have to evaluate each application that comes forward based on the merits of that application. As the planner noted, this is a minor change to the OCP. The OCP, as has been documented by many people, is a living document. It's meant as a guide. It's not a legislative document. It's meant to be a guide, and it's meant to live be a living document and change with the time, and it has not been changed for a very long time. And it will allow one family to coexist with their extended family members, which I feel pleased about. There was opposition tonight to it, but there was also proponents for the application. So I would vote in favor of this application. Who else? Councillor Shukin.
So Maryville, thank you very much. I went into the public hearing with an open mind, making sure that I held out an openness to hearing from both sides, those in support and those opposed. What I heard last night, earlier today, was concern about the OCP, a sense that the OCP is dated, it needs to be updated. There was some concern about process elements, which I don't find particularly valid. We did follow all of the steps, and thank you very much to staff for making sure we did that, all of the steps to make sure the process was legitimate and fair and per the requirements of the Local Government Act. The one thing that I did not hear clearly is the onus that is going to be placed on us in the coming months to complete a housing needs assessment and then to build those provisions into the OCP and the land use bylaw by the end of 2025. I mentioned this the last time this issue came up, and to me, I believe it's premature to be approving an application like this until we have that information and go through that process. I won't be able to support this, and I do that with a heavy heart. Like I said before, I know that sometimes we talk about preserving rural Metchosin. That can often seem really abstract to a lot of folks, but we're in relation to housing and the fact that you're building a house for your loved ones or wanting to do that. So that's an interesting balance. So I again, based on the fact that we will have to be doing a lot of work in terms of our housing needs, I believe it is appropriate to wait until that process is underway and we have an understanding of what we are going to need and how we are going to have to change our OCP and land use bylaw. We heard a lot of advocacy for our OCP today, but it is going to be changing in the coming years. And one of the things that's going to be an onus on this council and maybe the next one is to manage that change. And if we don't, there's a very good chance that we will have something imposed on us, and that will be much less palatable and Metchosin focused and represent our values if we don't manage that process. The long and the short of it is I won't be able to support bylaw 698 nor the other one as well at this time. So.
And as I understand, the housing needs assessment will be conducted with the planner in conjunction with staff.
Yeah.
And that's by the end, or is it September? Sometime between September and December of 2025.
I understand it has to be completed by the end of this year, and then you have till the end of 2025 to build it into your OCP and land use bylaw. So that's
okay.
I can send everyone the website just so we're all clear on what the requirements are.
Okay.
So.
That'd be great. Councillor Gray, then Councillor Donaldson.
Yeah, I just want to ask Mayor Little, what do you mean when you say that the OCP is not a legislative document?
Well, the OCP, the official community plan, is a guiding document. It's not. It's not a. It's not like the Local Government Act or the Community Charter.
Right, so it doesn't come from the province, but it is a law. It's a bylaw of ours, and we're looking at amendment of our legislation too.
I back up what you're saying there a little. The OCP is a bylaw, but it's meant to offer guidance as opposed to a stricture or a gospel or, again, something you might find in the Local Government Act. So that's...
Sorry, just to say, we're having to amend it because it is a law. So sure. It provides guidance, and then what we do is we change it if we want to change it, but it doesn't it requires to be changed if we want to act opposite to it.
Okay, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you. It's hard to follow Councillor Shukin sometimes. So I do understand that we will need to address the OCP by the end of 2025. There were a lot of very interesting comments made, letters brought in. The whole process has been quite thought-provoking. I've learned a great deal. The fact that we are going to be opening up our OCP review for review next year, and it's well overdue. There's a lot of things missing in it, but it is also still a very good document. I quite like referring to it. The one thing that when we do that I would like us to address is the split zones, because this has been quite confusing for a lot of people, including the proponents. So, yeah, I'm with Councillor Shukin. I won't be supporting this motion based just on the fact that we'll do, I think, a fulsome job of this next year and deal with some of these things.
Anybody else wish to speak to this? Councillor Gray?
Well, I just want to say how much I've appreciated hearing from the members of the public tonight who came here to speak, and also the folks who sent in their perspectives. I appreciated hearing about the benefits again tonight to the applicant. But I was listening carefully, and I didn't hear a lot of benefits to the community, only mostly risks. And so I didn't really see the positive side for the community. I understand the notion of making a change, but the risk seems to be greater than the benefits. And I guess I'm curious if folks are thinking about a larger change, when we look at the OCP coming up, that would go beyond probably what the province is asking us to do. So we'll discuss the question, the scope of that review when it comes. But I'm not convinced tonight that we should approve these bylaws.
So, Councillor Gray, in terms of the against the public interest and the risks, what risks are you noting to the community with this one application?
Well, for me, there's a series of risks. I can turn to some notes here that different people sent. But we heard about the risk to the aquifer, to the particular neighbor. So you have the neighborhood question, and that was emphasized by a few people. I think the bigger thing that I'm struck by is the notion of encouraging more applications for rezoning of properties that might be different than the circumstances here. But I think that if we move in that direction, where the policy, how did the planner put it? The policy rationale is not strong. So then we'll get another application where the policy rationale is not strong, and then perhaps another one. And rather than do that to ourselves and to our staff and to the applicants, thinking there, some hope here, faint hope, or real hope that something might happen, I would prefer that we look at the OCP and decide whether we should change it. It was described tonight as a living document. That didn't suggest to me that we should change it property by property, but rather it's a living document. It should be regularly reviewed and changed in accordance with the wishes of the community, and then higher government as well, I suppose. So I'm interested in that larger question. We've talked about this before. Take a look at the OCP itself. I'm mystified, though, by the idea that we would be looking at zoning and rezoning properties, even with an OCP review under the government's direction, because they haven't asked us to do that. They've asked us to do something else, which is to do a housing study and then see whether or not we have enough housing to take care of the number of people that we expect to see in Metchosin. So it may have different outcomes, or at least we haven't done it yet, but we'll be in it soon. We'll be talking about it.
I'm not sure if there's a great risk to the aquifer because the applicants could drill another well right now without any comment from the community or from the district. So they
Yes.
have that ability now without our input.
That's right. I think the plan is that, or what I read, and it could be different from what I read, but what I read said, if we get this approval, we will be putting a well in. So that seems a certainty. But it's more the idea that how many straws do we want in the aquifer? So if this is only one place, but if many people come forward with different particular circumstances, and we're in the difficult spot of having a precedent here, how do we turn those others down? How many places are we going to have new wells in? And it goes really to Councillor Shukin's point, which is we're meant to be doing a housing study, and then we'll find out what we've got. And in the housing study, we're going to have to probably balance that versus what the aquifer capacity would be. So I'm talking big numbers here, not the specific site itself, although I recall hearing from the neighbor tonight about that issue and concern they have.
Okay. Any other comments? So this is an important decision. Does anybody else have any comments or questions for staff? No. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? All those opposed? That motion's defeated. And so we don't need to go on. That's it. We can't accept your comments right now.
Question?
No. You can ask questions at the end. Okay, so that's defeated. We don't discuss this anymore. We don't go on to the other bylaws. And with that, that's it. We don't have any other business. Moving on to question period. Ms. Cote.
Sorry, other business. You could just go ahead with this quickly, but Councillor Gray had some notice of motions.
Oh yeah, the notice of motion. Okay, just one moment. Councillor Gray, go ahead.
Sure, I wanted to put a few motions on the table at the next meeting of council. And so the first motion would be, prior to the district signing a contract for the fire hall feasibility study, the CAO seek legal advice on the proposed housing MOU with the Firefighter Society to be certain the district makes no misrepresentation to potential funding agencies, and that the statement of work derived from the RFP be adjusted to conform with Machosen's OCP. And so that's the general gist of the motion. The second one would be that the council direct the CEO to ensure that our next step regarding the fire hall be a detailed seismic upgrade plan of the apparatus bay building, prepared with sufficient detail that a qualified general contractor could provide order of magnitude costs to help better inform a decision on any upgrades. And my third motion would be that council direct the CEO to provide council report on efforts and options to lease the commercial space at the old school. Thank you.
Okay, there's no need for a second here for those, so we'll go on to question period. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Have you got a comment, Ms. Hanson? No. Okay.
Mayor
And
Little,
could you send those, Councillor Gray, can you send those to the Deputy Corporate Officer?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mayor Little, we're beyond the time of question period, but I'm open to hearing from Mrs. Cote.
Yeah, I've already promised her that she can ask you a question. Go ahead.
With the rejection of our application, I would request a formal letter from the chosen with the reason for that rejection, please, as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
May I ask one question of Councillor Gray through the chair?
Yeah.
I'd like to know how you feel that my neighbor knows anything about my well. He has written into us twice now, to you, twice now, giving you information about my well. Mr. Jessen and I have never talked about my well. And today, he seems to know where my well is going to go. We haven't contacted, we haven't had anybody around to find a well, to discuss a well. And yet, for some reason, he knows something about my well existing and my future well. And I'd like to know where you feel the information comes from on that. Thank you.
Councillor Gray, did you want to answer this?
I'm simply reflecting on the input provided by a member of the public.
Okay, so...
We were, in the process, we're not to ask questions of people.
Yeah.
So I did not do so.
If the Cotes don't know where the well is, then the neighbor won't know where the well is. But as I said before, the Cotes could ask for a well to be drawn there without any of our input. They could do that, make an application tomorrow.
Understood.
Okay. Okay, so there's no other questions from the audience. I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody who stayed till the end of the evening.